Tony, you still with us here?
Adam, who did you say? Sorry.
Yeah, are you able to give me a quick call while you're still connected here for 2 minutes before we start?
Yeah.
Okay, please do.
Giving you a call.
All right, we'll get started with the board here and council summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass joint meeting in 1 more minute. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Adam Nowalski, legislative proxy for the ASMFC from New Jersey and council member. I'd like to call to order the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Management Board meeting jointly with the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council today. I'll be joined by Mike Luisi as chair of the council. I'll go through a couple of items here. We'll follow the commission process with regards to board consent for agenda and proceedings, which I'll get to here in just a moment. We'll also, what we have on the agenda right now is first the commercial draft addendum, which we'll take up for commercial black sea bass reallocation. We'll get this afternoon an update on recreational reform with a possible action to formally initiate that. And then we'll have a board-only action after that. With regards to timing, we are starting a little bit late here, but what I do intend to do with the agenda, after speaking briefly here with Mike, is we intend to go for about an hour. Intend to take a lunch break from approximately 12:30 to 1 o'clock, which would get us back on schedule. But if we do have a logical stopping point, 12:15-ish or something, I will go ahead and propose we stop at that point, but the intention would be to resume at 1 o'clock whenever we do stop. So with that note regarding the agenda, the first item to come before us would be an approval of the agenda as described to be modified here. Is there any objection to that? Okay, seeing none, and I do have the ability to see hands, but staff, if I miss someone who wants to speak, please bring it to our attention so we don't miss anyone. But otherwise, I'll try to keep tabs on that. Without objection, the agenda is approved by consent. Next item is approval of proceedings from the May 2020 board. Is there any objection to approval of those proceedings or recommended changes to them? Okay, not seeing any hands raised and not hearing anything, we will approve those proceedings. Next item to come before us would be public comment for anything that is not on the agenda today. Are there any members of the public that want to speak to summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass for anything that is not on the agenda? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands nor hearing anyone speak up, so we will move on from that. So the next item to come before us then will be to have a staff presentation of the draft addendum 33 and complementary council amendment for commercial black sea bass management. And I'll turn to staff to get us going with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please let me know if you can't hear me all right or if the slides aren't showing up, but I'm going to get started. So as Adam indicated, this is an overview of draft addendum 33 and the public hearing document for the council's amendment. And as a reminder, this is a joint action that's considering changes to the black sea bass commercial state allocations, as well as several options for changes to federal management of commercial black sea bass. Sorry, trying to get the slides to move here. Okay. So we have a lot to go over, so I'll start with a brief background on the action, go over the problem and goal statements, status of the fishery, and then I'll review the proposed management options related to the commercial state-by-state allocations, which are listed on the slide here, and then I'll move to the proposed options for federal management of the state allocations, as well as in-season closures, and finally wrap up with next steps. So this is a shortened version of the timeline of this draft addendum leading up to today. As most of you know, work on this topic began in 2018 through a work group process of the board, and then in October 2019, the board initiated an addendum to consider adjusting the state commercial allocations based on the work group and then the PDT's recommendations. And then in December 2019, the council initiated an amendment to make this a joint action, and then following that, from January to July of this year, the PDT developed the options in draft addendum 33, and today that draft document is being considered by the board and council for public comment. So the problem statement for this addendum and council amendment addresses the issue that commercial black sea bass state allocations were originally implemented in 2003 through Amendment 13, that there have been significant changes to stock abundance and distribution in the last decade as the stock has grown and expanded more to the north of Hudson Canyon. And as a result, the current allocations are not aligned with the current distribution and availability of the resource. So this joint action has two goals. The first being to consider adjusting the current commercial black sea bass allocations using current distribution and abundance of black sea bass as one of several adjustment factors to achieve more balanced access to the resource. and these adjustment factors will be identified as the development process moves forward. And the other goal is to consider whether the state allocations should continue to be managed only under the Commission's FMP or whether they should be managed under both the Council and Commission FMPs. To save time on going over the options, I won't go into detail on this, but I did at least want to highlight the fact that this draft addendum includes a section on status of the fishery, which isn't something that we normally include in addenda, but the PDT did think it was important context for this action. So the section includes some information on black sea bass landings, price, gear type, location of catch, and quota transfers among states. And the information sources included dealer data, VTR data, and qualitative information provided by a few fishermen and dealers. And just a quick note, there is one error in the document that needs to be corrected in that section, and that this is language that the PDT agreed on, but that revision didn't quite make it into the document in the meeting material. So I just want to make sure everyone's aware that this change will be made after the meeting if the document gets approved, and the text on this slide will replace the first two sentences of paragraph 3 on page 8. And this doesn't impact the rest of the document, but it's just a correction to the text that reflects the correction that was made to figure 3 in the document. All right, so moving on to the proposed management options, there's a full flowchart included in Appendix 1 of the document so that you can follow along, but this is the overall structure of the draft options. And as you can see, there are quite a few of them, and not shown on this slide are many sub-options included under each of the main options. So first, as always, is option A, status quo. The table on the right shows the current state allocations established in 2003. And these were based, again, loosely on historical landings from 1980 to 2001 and are currently only managed under the Commission FMP, while the Council manages the coastwide quota. Option B proposes to increase Connecticut's quota to 5% from its current 1%, and this is intended to address the disparity between their current quota and the increases in black sea bass availability that have occurred in recent years in Connecticut's state waters. The method proposed to get to that 5% is to hold Delaware and New York constant, because they've also got relatively low quotas and have seen some increases in New York. And so the next step would be to move 0.25% each from Maine and New Hampshire to Connecticut, and lastly, to move some quota from the remaining states to Connecticut in proportion to their current allocations to get to the total of 5%. This option is intended to either stand alone or be combined with other options so that the new allocations in the table would serve as the starting point for any additional allocation changes being considered. Next is option C, the DARA approach, which stands for Dynamic Adjustments to Regional Allocations. This is a formulaic method that aims to balance fishery stability and the changing stock distribution. And the approach has 2 phases. Phase 1 is a transition period in which you start with the initial allocations, which are currently not influenced by stock distribution, and then you gradually adjust them through a formula to give the current stock distribution more weight in determining the state allocations. So at the end of the transition, you have allocations that are based in part on stock distribution information. And then phase 2 is that the state allocations are no longer being adjusted to give more weight to the stock distribution information, but rather they're only updated when new information on regional stock distribution becomes available, such as when there's a new stock assessment. So they still would have a dynamic component that changes with stock distribution. And this approach is very flexible, and the sub-options that I'll go over can be used to set the scale and pace of the change in allocations during both phases. So before going into the various sub-options, I just want to note that the sub-options provided in each set are meant to represent a range recommended by the PDT, with the understanding that the final management option selected by the board and council could fall within the sub-option values provided for public comment. So the first set of sub-options shown here would determine at the end of the transition period what the relative importance of the initial allocations versus the resource distribution factors is in determining the state allocations. Option C1A proposes allocations that would be based 90% on stock distribution and 10% on the initial allocations. So this would result in allocations being more dependent on stock distribution information than on the initial allocations. And option C1B proposes relative weights of 50% stock distribution, 50% initial allocation. So this results in the two factors being equal in determining the allocations. And the figure at the bottom just shows those percentage distributions in comparison with each other. The next set of sub-options determines during the transition period how much those relative weights assigned to each factor would change in each adjustment. Sub-option C2A would change the relative weights by 5% per adjustment, and sub-option C2B would change the relative weights by 20% per adjustment. So if you imagine you're starting from the status quo allocations, which are based currently on 100% on the initial allocations and 0% on resource distribution, in that first adjustment, you could go from 100% initial allocations to either 80% initial allocations, 20% distribution, or 95% initial allocations and 5% distribution under these two sub-options. And as you can see with the figure, with option C2A, it would take more adjustments or more time to get from the starting weights to the final weights of each factor that's chosen in the last set of sub-options, so that the overall transition period would take longer than it would under option C2B. The third sub-option set determines how often during the transition period adjustments are made to the weights of the initial allocation and stock distribution factors. And the two options are to make adjustments either every year or to make adjustments every other year until you reach the final weights. And I'll just note again that once you reach the final weights of each factor, the transition period ends and adjustments are made to the allocations only when new regional stock distribution information is available. And then the fourth set of sub-options allows a cap to be set to limit the amount of change in the regional allocations per adjustment during the transition period. And there's three options here: a 3% cap, 10% cap, and no cap. So this comes into play when, for example, an adjustment is made to the percent weights of the initial allocation and stock distribution factors, and that results in the formula producing a change in the regional allocation. So for example, if you have a 3% cap, the southern region quota could only change from 50% to 53% in one adjustment, even if the formula is dictating that it's supposed to change from 50 to 55% based on the weights of those two factors and the regional stock distribution proportions. And no cap would allow for the regional allocations to just change as much as the formula dictates based on the relative importance of those two factors. And I'll note that the PDT recommended including no cap as along with the range of 3 to 10% because caps higher than 10% would not really be likely to have much of an impact, because even if no cap was included, the regional allocations were not predicted to change by a much greater percentage in a single adjustment. And like the last set of sub-options, these two would also affect the length of the transition period. So I know this option is pretty complicated, so I just want to do a quick rundown of how the formula works in the DARA approach to produce the overall state allocations of the coastwide quota. So with the formula, you start with the coastwide quota, and then that gets divided into the portion based on the initial allocations and the portion based on stock distribution. And then the first portion is divided among all states based on their initial allocations. And the second portion is divided regionally based on the proportions of stock biomass in each region. Then those regional proportions get allocated to the states in each region in proportion to their initial allocations. And finally, each state gets its overall quota allocation from the part of the quota based on the initial allocation plus the part of the quota that's allocated regionally. And the sub-options I just reviewed would, of course, determine what the percentages are in the first step of this equation that I just showed during each year of the transition and afterward. So the next option in the document is option D, the trigger approach. This approach sets a minimum level of coastwide quota as a trigger for a change in the state allocations. And if the annual quota is higher than that quota trigger, then the amount of coastwide quota up to and including the trigger amount would be distributed to the states according to base allocations. And the amount of quota above the established trigger, the surplus quota, would be distributed using a different allocation scheme. The trigger amount and the allocation scheme for the surplus quota are determined by the sub-options that I'll go over. So the first set of sub-options is to determine that trigger amount. Option D1A is a 3 million pound trigger, which is lower than 11 of the 24 quotas that we've had since 1998, and lower than the last 3 years of quota before the recent increase based on the new stock assessment. And at the last meeting, the board requested that a 4.5 million pound trigger be considered, so that is included as the higher sub-option level. And as you can see on the figure, no quotas before 2020 are above that 4.5 million pound trigger. So given that there are some sector allocation discussions going on and not knowing what the result of those will be, I just want to note that this may not result in any changes to allocations if future quotas were to come back down to the levels that they were at before 2020 as a result of any sector reallocation or changes in stock size. And as with the DARA sub-option, these options are provided as a range with the understanding that the board and council could select final options within the range of these values. So for the next set of sub-options, which are focused on distribution of the surplus quota, the proposed options are to either distribute that surplus evenly to the states of Massachusetts through North Carolina, which is option D2A, or to distribute the surplus quota among regions based on regional biomass proportions from the stock assessment, which is option D2B. And the percentages that are used in the document are 84% in the north and 16% in the south, and that's just according to the 2019 stock assessment. And the figure on the right here is a visualization of what option D2B looks like with the regional distribution component. And I'll just note also that for Maine and New Hampshire, given their historically low participation in this fishery and that they currently don't have a declared interest in the fishery, under both of these options, each state would only receive 1% of the surplus quota. And for sub-option D2B, that 1% would come out of the northern region surplus quota. So this next set of sub-options only applies if option D2B on the last slide is chosen. These options would then determine how the regional surplus quotas get divided among the states in each region. Option D3A is that the regional quota would get divided evenly among the states in a region, and option D3B is that the regional quota would get divided among the states in a region in proportion to their initial allocations. And again, Maine and New Hampshire are the exceptions, still only getting 1% of the northern region quota under either option. And I'll just note, in the figure on the right, New Jersey is included with the southern region for this example, but there are options later that could result in a different regional configuration, so I just want to make that noted. And the last set of sub-options for the trigger approach relates to whether the base allocations used to allocate the quota up to and including the trigger value would change over time. Sub-option D4A is for static base allocations, meaning they would not change over time, and every year the quota up to and including the trigger would be allocated using those initial allocations. And sub-option D4B is for dynamic base allocations, meaning the quota up to and including the trigger would be allocated according to the previous year's final state allocations. The PDT recommended that these sub-options only apply under the regional surplus allocation option D2B because when combined with the other sub-option, it would eventually just result in every state having the same allocation. And the PDT also noted that the dynamic option has the potential to change the allocations more rapidly than the static option. The next option, option E, is a trigger approach that would apply the surplus quota to increase the Connecticut and New York allocations first. It proposes using a 3 million pound trigger level with the first 3 million pounds distributed based on the initial allocations and the surplus distributed first to Connecticut to increase their overall allocation from 1 to 5%, and then to New York to increase their overall allocation from 7 to 9% of the coastwide quota. And then lastly, any remaining surplus quota would be split between the northern and southern regions according to the proportion of biomass in each region, and then allocated to states within each region in proportion to the intra-regional allocations. And there's no additional sub-options for this option. Option F is an approach in which a fixed percentage of the annual coastwide quota would be distributed based on the initial allocations, and then the other percent would be distributed differently. And this is a little bit different from the trigger approach in that the overall quota amount doesn't affect the percentage of quota allocated using the base allocation. So it allows some of the quota to be allocated using a different distribution even when there's lower coastwide quotas. The first sub-option set would determine what percentage of the coast-wide quota would be allocated based on the initial allocations, and the PDT recommended the sub-options that range from 25% to 75%. And as you can see on the graph, those percentages would stay the same under different total quotas. And the 25% option would result in allocations that are more different from the current allocations, while the 75% option would result in allocations that are more similar to the current allocations. The next sets of sub-options are very similar to those under the trigger approach, so I'm not going to go into much detail, but this set determines how the remaining percentage of the annual quota is distributed to the states. And sub-option F2A is for an even distribution to the states of Massachusetts through North Carolina. Again, Maine and New Hampshire would receive 1%. And then F2B is for the remaining quota to be distributed based on regional biomass from the stock assessment. This option set determines how the regional quota is distributed to the states within the regions. And again, this is only applicable if the regional option F2B is chosen. The sub-options here are the same as under the trigger approach, with either regional quota being distributed evenly to the states within each region or distributed in proportion to the intra-regional allocations. All right, so that was all of the allocation approaches. But as you've seen, options C through F have the potential to incorporate regional distribution information from the stock assessment, and therefore they would require a regional configuration. And the PDT proposed two options for regional configuration. Option G1 is to have two regions, Maine through New York and New Jersey through North Carolina, and these generally align with the stock assessment spatial subunits, but New Jersey is included in the southern region. And then option G2 would establish three regions, Maine through New York, New Jersey on its own, and Delaware through North Carolina. And this option is aiming to attempt to address New Jersey's unique position straddling Hudson Canyon, which is used as the border between the northern and southern spatial subunits used in the stock assessment. And if this option is selected, New Jersey's current 20% allocation would be treated as if 10% of it comes from the northern region and 10% of it comes from the southern region. So as the regional allocations change under those options that I went over, New Jersey's northern portion, 10%, would change according to the proportion of biomass in the northern region, and the southern 10% would change according to the proportion of biomass in the southern region. And therefore, New Jersey's total allocation would be the sum of those northern and southern components of the allocation. And the PDT recommended this approach to New Jersey because it is generally consistent with the spatial distribution of New Jersey's black sea bass commercial landings in recent years, which are roughly split evenly between north and south of Hudson Canyon on average. So those were all of the options relating to the commercial state quota allocations, and now I'm going to go over those related to federal management of commercial black sea bass. So the first issue under federal management options is whether to add the commercial state allocations to the council's FMP or not. Option A is status quo, which is that they would remain only in the commission's FMP, and option B is that they would be included in both the commission and council FMPs. If option B is selected, it is noted that future allocation changes would be considered through joint action of both bodies, that state landings would be monitored by NOAA fisheries, and then interstate transfers would also be monitored by NOAA fisheries. And that does have the potential to impact the flexibility of interstate transfers. These sub-options would determine when paybacks of state quota overages are required, and they would only apply if state allocations are added to the council FMP. Sub-option B1 would require paybacks of state overages only if the coast-wide quota is exceeded, and this is the current process that's used by the Commission under Addendum 20. And then sub-option B2 would always require states to pay back overages if their quota was exceeded, and the exact amount of pounds by which the quota is exceeded would be deducted from the state's allocation in a following year. The second issue for consideration under federal management is when federal in-season closures would occur. And this issue was raised by the Black Sea Bass Commercial Working Group and PDT, with some states being concerned about the possibility of a coast-wide closure unfairly impacting states that haven't fully utilized their quotas. And to be clear, these options are available whether the allocations would be added to the council FMP or not. So option A is status quo, which is that a coastwide federal in-season closure would occur when landings are projected to exceed the coastwide quota. Option B is that a coastwide closure would occur when landings are projected to exceed the coastwide quota plus a buffer of up to 5% of the coastwide quota, and that's to help minimize potential impacts of coastwide closures on states that haven't fully harvested their quotas. And with this option, the council and board would agree to the appropriate buffer amount for the upcoming year through the specifications process. The PDT felt that allowing the buffer to be set through specifications would make sense because a larger or smaller buffer might be appropriate in any given year based on a number of factors, but they did agree that the buffer amount should be capped at 5% of the coastwide quota to help prevent notable overages. And then option C is that a coastwide closure would occur when the commercial ACL is projected to be exceeded. And the caveat for this option is that discards and weight cannot currently be monitored in season, so it would require GARFO to make some assumptions about discards in the current year in order to project when the ACL has been exceeded. So that concludes the description of the proposed management options, and now we'll move on to next steps. This is a potential timeline for the action. So if the draft addendum and council amendment hearing document are approved for public comment today, then joint public hearings could take place in the late summer and fall of this year. And this would allow the board and council to consider final approval of addendum 33 and the council amendment in December 2020. And that would mean the commission addendum could be effective for the 2021 fishing year, but for the council amendment, there would be a lag in the implementation while the council documents are being prepared and the federal rulemaking process occurs. So for the council, these changes would likely be effective for the 2022 fishing year at the earliest. And I wanted to specifically highlight some thoughts on public hearings, which, as I mentioned, could take place this fall. Staff thinks that all hearings could be considered joint council and commission hearings, and given the pandemic, we're assuming these hearings would be held virtually. So if they are virtual hearings, that would mean holding individual state hearings might not be necessary or desired. So we would suggest thinking about having several hearings that stakeholders from any state could attend. And staff has discussed the idea of having each hearing kind of have a geographic focus on a few states, but again, since they're virtual, anyone could really attend any hearing, and that would allow some more flexibility for the public. This is my last slide, and it's just to highlight the two decision points for the board and council today. The first is to determine if any modifications to draft addendum 33 and the council amendment hearing document are desired, such as modifications to or removal of any of the proposed options. And once that is taken care of, the board and council can consider approving the document for public comment. That concludes my presentation. I can take any questions.
All right, thank you very much for that, Caitlin. Very much appreciated. Thanks to the PDT for their work as well as staff at both the council and the commission for their contributions on this. Since this is not just a commission issue, we've got a lot of people working on this. My thanks to everyone. So the process we're going to go through here next is we'll ask for questions, but what I intend to do is ask for questions on a section by section basis so that Caitlin and other staff that has to answer questions doesn't have to keep jumping around, and also so that we can try to know where we are with getting through this. It would be my intention to stop for a lunch break after we get through questions. So we'll go through questions on a section by section basis. I will then turn to the public for if they have any questions on the document as a whole, and then we'll do a time check at that point to see where we are. So let's start with section 2 of the document, which is the overview, which includes statement of the problem, background, status of the stock, status of the fishery. Caitlin, maybe you can just go back to the beginning of a presentation around about where that is, so we're there. And I will turn to the council and the board to see if they have any questions on the document for the overview. Again, statement of the problem, background, status of the stock, status of the fishery, questions for Caitlin or other staff on the contents of the document. Okay, looking for hands, not seeing any hands, not hearing anybody jump in.
You have Tom
Give it
Fody.
another 30 seconds here. Tom?
Adam, Tom Fody.
All right, Tom, go ahead, please.
Yeah, when I look at the adding state allocations to the council's FMPs, I think that's going to cause a lot of confusion, and I'm wondering how we separate this out. You know, I just a little bit of history. When we tried to do this in 2002, basically, in order to make it happen, New Jersey gave up 20% of its existing quota to basically make everybody agreeable, because we increased everybody's quota at that time. But that was done state by state, and with state by state agreeing. And it's, you know, are we going to put it in the Mid-Atlantic Council? And then how do we get to New England? At least at the commission, all three commissioners sit and we have it more spread out through the states. So that's my concern there. And I'm asking, how do we avoid the problems? Are we going to have council members from New England sitting there and three council members? Or, you know, how do we deal with that problem?
So, Tom, you're asking that relative to the options in the document, or was that part of the overview and background of the document?
Well, I was looking at the one option for adding state allocations to the council FMP, because we have added to the FMP, then it's a Mid-Atlantic Council that basically directs that. How do we do state allocations?
All right, so I think we'll come back to that topic when we have discussion on that. I think it's a reasonable question with regards to how we're going to move forward with it. I'm not sure it's a question on the construct of the document here. So let's hold that one. We'll come back to that. We got any other questions here on the overview section of the document? Okay, not seeing anything. We're going to go into the management options for the document, and I'd like to take these on an option by option basis. Again, questions. So the first item would be under 3.1. We'll skip status quo. We'll go to B, increase Connecticut quota to 5%. Do we have any questions for staff about the presentation or the document for this section? Okay, and I got a question from Nicola Meserve. Go ahead, Nicola.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment, but hopefully you'll allow it. But I don't support removing this option, but I guess I had hoped to see some more information to support 5% for Connecticut. I know it was, or I think it was selected because that's what Delaware's quota is, and it's the next lowest. But to help make an informed decision and to show the public why 5% is appropriate for Connecticut, it'd be helpful to have some more information about, you know, the number of harvesters in Connecticut compared to other states, or, you know, what their trip limits are now in comparison to other states. That would help provide some context to rationalize 5% as the number. Thanks.
Well, I'll turn to staff. I don't know what comments they could add, maybe augment this discussion with PDT discussion about one. If there's anything they could put on the record now to help justify that 5%, or two, if they think there is anything else that could be added to the document before it went out for public comment.
Thanks, Adam. I have a couple of thoughts. So first, on PDT discussion, there wasn't any additional information provided to the PDT to support that 5% since it was proposed a while back. But one thought I had that we could look at pretty quickly, and I might be able to do over lunch, is to quickly calculate what Connecticut's landings have been as a proportion of the total coastwide quota for the last couple of years after transfers. And I could do that pretty quickly at lunch.
Nicola, is that something you would be interested in?
Potentially, I don't want to deprive Caitlin of lunch. She's put a lot of effort into this document already. I guess it's more just a comment on, you know, in the end, I feel that I would need more information from Connecticut to support 5%. So maybe it's a comment directed to Connecticut that that I'd hope to see some more information to support 5% in the end. I know that at not too long ago, Caitlin had put out a request to the technical committee to get, you know, like a one-pager that had each of the states' trip limits and number of harvesters and things like that that were maybe to be included as an appendix. And I think that would potentially be some helpful information to include with this option.
Okay, Justin Davis, you've got your hand up. What can you add in terms of trying to answer the question about what could be added to the document or what may have been submitted previously to improve the justification here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the question, Nicola, and the opportunity to talk about this a little bit. I will start out by saying we did not submit any additional analysis to go along with this, the option for the increase to 5%, but we did take a look in-house when we were crafting this option and tried to determine essentially what sort of percentage of the coastwide quota might we want to be able to have comparable trip limits with our neighbors. I think that went into this decision about 5%. I will freely admit that one of the major sort of rationales for the 5% was that we in Connecticut feel like we're particularly disadvantaged by our low quota, given the huge increase in sea bass in our local waters in recent years. But we didn't feel like it was appropriate for us to ask for a higher percentage of the quota than any other state currently has. And 5%, was the lowest allocation, other than Maine and New Hampshire, where they have not had any landings and don't have a real declared interest in the fishery. So that was a big factor in choosing 5%. And my understanding is that as we move forward, if this option is in the document that goes out for public comment, then when it comes back and it's time for final action, that the board and the council could consider some outcome that's within the range of what's proposed here. So certainly we're proposing 5%. But that doesn't mean that it's sort of all or nothing. It has to be 5% or nothing. And the only other comment I'll make is that if there's going to be some effort to do some analysis to justify what level of increased quota Connecticut might need or deserve, we would obviously want some input into that. I'd like it to be carefully considered. I don't think the recent performance of our fishery would be an accurate measure of the potential for our fishery, because we've been operating under very restrictive trip limits because of our low quota. I mean, our fishery is operating most of the time in recent years at like an 8-fish trip limit. And we've only sought out transfers, we've only sought out transfers over the last 2 years, I believe. I don't believe prior to that we pursued quota transfers for black sea bass. I'll also just kind of make the general point that all of these options in the document consider potentially allocating more quota to certain states and less to other states. And I'm not aware that there's been an effort to undertake a comprehensive analysis to determine what level of quota is appropriate for each state based on some measure of fishery performance or number of harvesters or things like that. So while I'm not saying we're not willing to perhaps provide some more information that the PDT or the Border Council would find informative, I do feel like that's singling Connecticut out a little bit to sort of demonstrate why we need more quota or how our fishery might be able to handle more quota. So thanks for the opportunity to comment on that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, great. Thank you, Justin. I think there will probably be more discussion about this, but we did have the question about what could be offered. I'll just say to staff that I think the takeaway here at this point is that if there's anything you think you can bring to the table for the afternoon without depriving yourself from lunch, I don't think anybody would say no, but at the same time, take care of what you got to take care of first. All right, not seeing I got Joe Semino's hand just went up. So question on, let's stick to more questions or trying to answer the question about what additional information could be submitted to support option B. Let's not have more comment or discussion about it per se. But Joe, if you've got something to add either as another question or to help answer the question about what else we have to support it, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Justin that you know, perhaps an analysis over lunch would be something that's singling Connecticut out, and so I don't really think that that's needed or necessarily even appropriate at this time.
All right, thank you for that, Joe. So I think that's a fair point with regards to if there's going to be some analysis, it should be information that can be presented that would be informative across all states, not just one. I think that's a reasonable point. All right, I'll move on to questions for section C of 3.1, dynamic adjustments to regional allocations. Joe, you've still got your hand up. Not sure if it's up from last or if you wanted to ask a question. Nope, hands down, okay. Questions on this section? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, not hearing anyone speak up. Let's go on to section D, questions on the trigger approach as presented. No hands. Okay, got a couple hands just went up. First, Chairman of the Council, Mr. Luisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about the comment that Caitlin made when she went over this. So we're looking at the different trigger values, whether it's 3 million pounds or 4.5 million pounds, and it was discussed that there would be room in between those two to make some adjustments. However, we have the commercial recreational allocation amendment, which we'll talk about next week, playing into this, in that the adjustments made in that amendment could ultimately affect the trigger option if it were selected as the final alternative in this action, to the point where the triggers may be set at a level where they cannot be attained due to adjustments in the overall allocation between commercial and recreational fisheries. So my question would be, how much flexibility would there be ultimately at the end of the day if this amendment is finalized and we select one of these triggers and then we have the follow-up action of the commercial recreational allocation amendment affect the decisions made here today? I mean, how much flexibility would there be to revisiting triggers without having to go back through another full process to make those adjustments? Would that be something that could be modified based on results of the other amendment?
So I think the numbers are what they are here in the document. I'm not sure. I'll turn to staff. Is there anything short of an amendment? Could this be done? Obviously, we're doing this as an addendum at the board level. So it's a different process than amendment at the council level. If we felt the need to go back and revisit these triggers, I'll turn to staff. Would we need a full amendment to do those in the future? Is there thoughts about how the timeline on this could sync up better with the rec commercial allocation in order to be better informed before we make a final decision on this?
So I want to say something first, and then I think Julia might have some things to add. But one is that these values that are shown on the screen now are not final. You could change these today if you wanted to give yourself a more broad range. And that means after public comment, the board and council could select something within that range. And then Julia has some comments on if the state allocations are included in the council FMP, what the process would have to be for adjusting a trigger later if it was found to be not, doing what we wanted it to do.
Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with Caitlin that a simple thing to do might be just changing the range of trigger values that are in the document right now, and then we can just easily move forward with that. And then in terms of changing the trigger value through a future amendment or framework, I think if we go all the way through this amendment and take final action on something and then later want to change the trigger value, I think that could pretty easily be done through a framework if it's already been fully considered through this amendment. But if you're talking about, taking this out to public hearings with the range shown on the screen here, and then later changing the trigger value before you take final action on the amendment, that would change the timeline. But if you're trying to say that the first option of go all the way through this amendment, implement something, and then in the future change the trigger value, I feel like that could be done through a framework if it's, trigger values in general were considered through this action. Garfo might want to correct me on that, but that would be my my take on that.
So what I'm hearing, Mike, is two ways forward that are not necessarily mutually exclusive. One would be to, if your concern is that these triggers are not going to be compatible with final action on the rec commercial allocation amendment, we could have discussion later today about modification to these trigger values. And it sounds like once this amendment was taken and was finalized, in the future, then the option would be a framework at the council level. And I assume at an addendum at the commission level, this wouldn't be done via specifications, I wouldn't think.
Correct. I think we would need an addendum to change it.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Mike?
It does, thanks. And I do have some comment I'll hold off for now, just regarding overall the parallel track that we're on with this amendment and the commercial rec allocation amendment. So I'll hold off on that till this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions on this section for trigger approach? I think I had seen Justin's hand, but it's now down. I'm guessing that he probably had a similar line of questioning or was answered here. If I don't see Justin's hand go back up or chime in, I'll assume he got the info he needed. Okay, not seeing any other hands or hearing anything. Let's move on to option set E, trigger approach with increase to Connecticut and New York quotas first. Questions for staff about this option? Nicola Meserve.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's not actually about E, but I think we skipped over some of the sub options under the trigger approach, and I wanted to ask a question about one of those.
Yeah, no, please go ahead. It was my intent for questions with regards to sub options to come up under that. So yes, if you
Okay.
had, please, anything under D, go ahead, and I'll just offer that if somebody has a question with something that we've already gone past and feels the need to go back, I'll just ask for one more round of questions at the end, but let's go ahead and finish up on D here now. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. So sub-option D2A is the even distribution of surplus quota to all the states along the coast from Maine through North Carolina. When we talked about bluefish half an hour ago, there was a similar option, and the FMAT had voiced its opinion that equal amounts, were maybe not the most equitable way of doing that, and they had some bigger changes for some states than others. And I feel similarly with that here, wondering if the FMAT had that discussion as well, and how, in my view, this option doesn't respond to the objective of the amendment, which is to respond to changing distribution. So I'm just wondering if the FMAT had some similar or any thoughts on those considerations when it came to sub-option D2A.
I'll turn to staff for that.
Thanks, Adam. So the PDT did discuss this, and they did comment that it doesn't really seem to reflect the goal statement for the action, but it was included by board request when these options were originally crafted back through the PDT and working group process. So that was noted in the PDT discussion. And if it's desired, obviously the board and council have the ability to remove it today.
Okay, thanks for that. Nicola, does that it may not make you happy the answer you hear, but does at least answer the question at this point with regards to the PDT's thoughts on it?
It does. I appreciate that. And I mean, I don't know if you're looking for this at this point, but I would support removing that option. You know, if there's other board members that feel the same way, I would just encourage them to speak up about that as well. Thanks.
Okay, we'll stick to questions now and we'll take up action after we break. All right, so getting back to option E, the trigger approach with increase to Connecticut and New York quotas. Any questions on that? Okay, seeing none. Option F, percentage of coastwide quota distributed based on initial allocations. Questions on that? No hands, no voice. Regional configuration options, option G. We'll start with John Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question, just a clarification. It's probably come up before, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but I noticed for this one, statistical area 616, which seems in recent years to have by far the biggest landings. For this one, New Jersey would be in the southern region, but half the landings would be of 616 would go to the south, half to the north, or something to that effect. But I'm just curious, for all the other reallocations in the assessment, is 616 always considered in the northern region on the assessments, or is that split between the north and the south?
I'll go ahead and let staff answer that definitively.
Thanks, John. This image on the screen is showing the dividing line of the spatial subunits used in the assessment, and it does appear that 616 is included in the northern region.
Okay, so as I said, I mean, that is a huge amount of harvest from probably from the entire management area. And even though it's considered for the assessment as part of the north, like I said, I just want to clarify that for some of the options that kind of depend on that north-south divide. So a huge area for black sea bass is actually really kind of straddling the line between the north and south. Thanks.
Thank you, John.
If I can respond, I do want to note, John, that that's a good point, and that's kind of one reason why that second option for a three-region approach with New Jersey kind of split between the two regions in a way was proposed.
All right, any other questions on regional configuration options or anything else in section 3.1 that you feel needs to be answered? Okay, not seeing any hands. We'll go to 3.2, management options. for changes to federal regulations. And we'll take both of these together, 3.2.1 and 3.2.2. So we did have the question earlier from Tom with regards to just how this would work functionally once these allocations were put in place. Tom, if you'd like to try to summarize that question again, and we'll see if we can get a more definitive answer for you, unless you think it's more along the lines of just a general comment about being concerned about the process. I'll just turn back to you here.
Yeah, my concern is how do we separate? The commission does it easier way of doing this. They have a system put in place and it goes through. We're not restricted about the same that the way the federal rules are in place of basically setting it up. When we add the councils, do we add New England and Mid-Atlantic Council since it crosses those boundaries? And how do we handle that? You know, with only one New England council member on, and that's why I'm saying, are we better off just leaving it just on the commission side, or how would it work if we put it on the council side? And how do we make up for the distribution and handling it that way? I don't know if that's clear, but that's what my concerns are. It just makes it more complicated. I know we do things by forgiving overages and things like that, and we were talking about that in the latest part. But yeah, we basically have allowed states, if it hasn't gone over the whole quota, to basically absorb it. New York, Connecticut, over time has not had to do dramatic cutbacks if they were under the council system where we have to do that. I'm not sure how that would work, and that's what I'm concerned here.
So does staff or Garfo have anything to add here? I mean, we do manage black sea bass through the Mid-Atlantic Council. There are a number of states that are on the board that fall north of the Mid-Atlantic Council, but we've been managing black sea bass throughout its range north of Cape Hatteras, even though that encompasses states north of the Mid-Atlantic Council range. We've been managing it in that direction anyway. So I don't know if staff or Garfo want to add anything else that much would really change here. What would change in terms of our processes? There's 3 bullet points up on the screen here right now that I think would be specifics that would change with regards to who's monitoring landings, how transfers would be managed. So I think these are 3 very discrete changes that you see here. Is there anything else staff would want to bring to our attention with regards to what would change by including this in the federal FMP as well, the state allocations?
Hey, Adam, this is Julia. I can respond to that unless Garfo wants to jump in. But to address some of those questions that Tom brought up, no, we're not planning to bring in the New England Council on this. This would, stay just jointly managed between the Mid-Atlantic Council and the Commission. We do have New England representation on our Summer Flounder Scup Black Sea Bass Committee. And then the question about what would it mean in terms of paybacks, there are alternatives for that in the document. So it could stay exactly the same as it is now in terms of when paybacks are required, or it could be handled differently. But just because it's added to the council's FMP, if that's the way it goes, that doesn't necessarily require any changes to how the paybacks are dealt with. That's a decision that would be made, is should that change or not. But it would, if they're added to the council's FMP, the allocations, then it would require that Garfo would monitor the state landings and monitor them against the state allocations. So that would have to shift from the commission to Garfo. And then also if there's any transfers among states, then Garfo would handle that. So you could think of that as almost like an administrative change in terms of who's monitoring and handling all of that. But it wouldn't require any changes to when you have to do paybacks unless there's alternatives for that. So that's a decision point that could be made. And just a reminder that the goal for today is just to approve these range of alternatives and the document for public comment. And then so we want public comment on if these should be added to the council's FMP and if any of those other changes should be made. So I don't know if that helps think about it. And let me know if there's any other questions that I didn't answer, because I feel like there was a few questions bundled together there.
Thanks for that, Julia. Much appreciated. Joe Cimino?
Yeah, just a question. Am I wrong, or isn't in the same management plan? Isn't that how we do summer flounder? It is recognized as state by state and managed by Mid-Atlantic.
Does staff want to chime in with that? That would be my interpretation, is that basically what we've been doing with summer flounder would translate to sea bass, would be my thought.
Yeah, this is Julie again. There's just one nuance to that, is that the FMP for summer flounder does require paybacks of state overages regardless of whether or not the coastwide quota is exceeded. And again, that's something that doesn't, if the black sea bass allocations are added to the council's FMP, that doesn't have to be done for black sea bass too. That's a decision point that can be made. But in general, the other considerations are the same for summer flounder. That's managed under both FMPs. GARFO handles transfers, monitors, quotas at the state level, and things like that. But issues related to in-season closures and overage paybacks, there could be some differences between how it's done for black sea bass and summer flounder. We wouldn't have to make it the same as summer flounder in those aspects.
Okay, great. Had saw a couple hands had gone up, but 2 of the 3 went down after that, Julia, so that's great job on your part. 1 hand still up I've got is Chris Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't recall seeing it in the draft document, and if it's there, I apologize. But just the differences in how quota transfers are handled, the timing of difference, the difference in timing of how quota transfers are handled at the ASMFC level versus the GARFO level, where for just regular quota transfers, and GARFO requires those to occur by December 15th, unless it's for safe harbor reasons, while ASMFC allows for quota transfers to occur up to 45 days after the fishing year ends. If that's not in there, does staff and others think that's an important distinction to make for the public? I mean, it's something that matters a lot to folks like me who do this for my agency, but I didn't know if that's something that's important to include for the public as well. Thanks.
Staff have anything to add about the history of discussion with transfers in this document?
Yes, Adam, this is Caitlin. Chris, the information that you just said out loud is in the document on page 21 under option B, 3.22 option B. So it does describe the differences in timing between the council and commission, or sorry, GARFO and commission.
And thanks. My apologies.
Adam, I just would like to note that there's not only a difference in timing, but there's also a difference in rationale. The commission usually allows for end of the year sort of bookkeeping transfers, and NOAA Fisheries does not usually approve transfers for those types of transfers at the end of the year. So there is a difference in approvals as well. The rationale for those approvals.
All right, great. Thank you for those clarifications. Nicola Meserve.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The point that Chris raised about one of those differences in the 45 days after the season for allowing transfers, is there also a difference that should be highlighted in the speed at which transfer requests are completed? I know when we send them to the ASMFC for menhaden and sea bass, it's a 1-day turnaround, if that. And if there's a difference when it comes to a council or a NOAA Fisheries approval of a transfer request, I think that it would be beneficial to point that out as well in the text. Thanks.
I believe that would be a simple thing to add after today.
All right, I'll jot a note down here to myself about that because, yeah, in terms of a question, no, that information's not explicitly included in the document, but I think that's a reasonable thing to see about getting consent about later on. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands up on this section. I'll ask if there's any questions from the board or council on the timeline, next steps that were presented. I think we would have more discussion about that, including the public hearings, depending on the motions for releasing this document for public comment. But any questions about next steps or timeline that you need to be informed about how to move forward? Okay, seeing none in the way of hands or voices for anyone who's just on the phone, let me go ahead and turn to the public to see if there are any questions from the public regarding the presentation of this for public comment. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands from the public or hearing any voices. Tom, I see you've got your hand up. Something you wanted to ask about the timeline, next steps?
Not the
Tom
timeline,
Bodie?
but the public, yeah, not the timeline, but the joint public hearing comments.
Yeah, well, I think we'll have discussion about that, you know, depending on where the conversation goes for releasing this. But did you have a specific question about the hearings right now that you need to ask?
I know they said it'd be easier to do, you know, regions, but I think that's going to be a real problem. And I wanted to have some discussion on that, but I don't know where the appropriate place is to do that.
We'll have discussion about it before we conclude today. Mike Luisi, you got your hand up?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I got in just a second late to ask a question regarding this. Just for the timeline, so I see here that we would make joint decisions in December if this moves forward as proposed, and then in January the addendum would become effective for the commission with a follow-up in 2021 by the feds through council documents. When? So the question is to staff, when do the actual allocation changes happen at the level for which states like mine would make the adjustments for our individual transferable quotas? Would it be for the 2021 fishery, or would we have to wait until the federal process is complete and we'd be looking at the 2021 fishery when everything is done for us to implement new changes, new allocations to our fishermen based on adjustments as a result of this document?
So my initial reaction to that, Mike, before I turn to staff, would be that it is joint, and we may or may not have different implementation timelines. I would like to think that ultimately the board would set some implementation date that would be complementary to a final rule being promulgated by the service. But I'll turn to staff if they have any other thoughts about that.
Tony, do you have thoughts? I personally am not sure.
You know, it's the board determines the implementation date for a document, so it is up to the board as a collective to determine, to figure that out. I would say that I'm not sure, I guess it would be a question to the states and how it would impact your allocations to your ITQs, because, you know, because your quota changes every year based on what, quotas change from year to year. So how much you have to give to your ITQs changes from year to year. So while I understand that it may be a little bit different in how the change happens, but I don't think that that would be much different in terms of process in that sense.
So my thought would be that this next to last line here, January 21, 2021, Addendum 33, effective for commission, that line is dependent on the board setting that as an effective date when final approval was taken by the board in this timeline in December 2020. At that point in time, the board would say whether or not Addendum 33 would in fact be effective for January 21. And Mike, you wanted to follow up? But I think that's the direction we would head, is that while this is what's on the timeline here, it would ultimately be at the discretion of the board when they vote for final approval on this document when this effective date actually is.
Okay, it's understood. It's just an important piece to all of this because, as I mentioned earlier, we have another parallel amendment happening that deals with allocation as well. And so I think it's really important for us to all understand what the intent would be. If I were a state receiving more allocation based on a decision made by the council and the board on this amendment and this addendum, if I were getting more allocation, I would hope that that would be available to me in 2021. However, we don't need to get into comment. That was my question. It sounds like it's not specifically defined as to which calendar year we would be managing our new allocations under, and that would be for a board discussion at a future time. I just think it adds a little bit to the complexity of what percentages are we going to be using in 2021 versus 2022. Thanks. I'll leave it there, Adam, for now. Thanks.
Okay, great. All right, so with that, having gone through presentation of the document and questions, I think where we're at here is we're going to, Mike, with your agreement as chair, we'll go ahead and break for a half hour. We'll reconvene as a board and council at 1:15. At that time, I think what I'd like to do is to allow some time for some general comments, maybe 15 minutes or so, about this as a whole. And then after we've taken a few minutes for general comments, at that point in time, I would then ask for some motion to be made with regards to how the board and council want to move forward with that. So I'd ask everybody over lunch to come back 1:15, be prepared to offer some comments initially with a motion shortly thereafter, and we will go from there. Any objection, Mike?
No, I'm good with that, Adam. Thanks.
Okay. All right, very good. So with that, we are in recess until 1:15. All right, I've got 1:15 here on my end. We'll give everybody another minute or two to get settled in, and we'll resume the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Council Board meeting. We've got staff back with us.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started here. Let's see, anybody who's not here can raise their hand. All right, seeing no hands, then I guess that means we can get started. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had some time for lunch. So again, we're convened as the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Board with the Mid-Atlantic Council, discussing Addendum 33 and the Council Amendment regarding commercial black sea bass. Our plan here for the next hour to an hour and a half is going to be to first allow a little bit of time for some discussion comments people would like to make in about 15-20 minutes time, or when it looks like those comments have concluded, I will go ahead and ask for someone to make a motion with regards to how this joint body wants to proceed with respect to releasing this hearing document for public comment. And then we'll go ahead and debate that or subsequent motions. And before we take a vote on a motion, we'll allow for public comment as well as time to caucus. So with that, we'll open the floor to hands for people that want to make comments on proposed way forward. All right, well, I'm not seeing any comments. All right, we got one hand up. Ellen Boland, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will, I guess, kick off what I think is probably going to be a broader discussion, more about the timing of the document than the contents of the document. I think back at the December council meeting, I first expressed my concern with moving this document forward concurrently with the commercial recreational reallocation document for a variety of reasons. And as I've gone through the document for today's meeting and started to go through the commercial recreational document for next week's meeting, I have the same concerns for a couple of reasons. Sort of the overall is that we are trying to decide the size of the pie and trying to divide the pie all at the same time, which I think creates a lot of challenges for managers to understand how the different actions will impact their constituents. And I think it also creates a lot of uncertainty in the industry of when these changes are going to come down and what it means for them. I'm particularly sensitive to that point right now at a time in a year when the industry, I mean, everybody has gone through some pretty significant upheavals. And the consistent thing we hear from them is, you know, make changes, but try to smooth the curve when you do. So that's one of my concerns. The other thing I have is that not knowing what the resulting commercial recreational reallocation will be, assuming there's a reallocation, I think impacts different alternatives differently, which I think creates additional problems down the line. As Mike Luisi mentioned earlier and staff mentioned earlier, it's particularly problematic for the trigger approach because we don't know sort of how different triggers will interact. So we ran some back of the envelope calculations, and depending on the different alternatives for commercial rec, you're looking at a commercial quota somewhere between 6.5 and like 2.92 million pounds. Again, those are the bookends, but I think there are still some that are, you know, around 3 or below 4. So depending on if we were to pick a trigger option, it could result in not actually trying to achieve what we're doing. And that's an option I think that's very intriguing to a lot of people. So I'm going to pause there, I think, and just go ahead and express my ongoing concern for moving these processes concurrently.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Additional hands? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. So given that there's no hands up for additional discussion, well, we got one. Go ahead, Tom Fody.
Sorry, I just got back. Are we going to talk about how we do the public hearings now or later?
I think we can hold off on that for right now yet, Tom.
Okay, so when you get to that point, please recognize me then.
I will make sure that that topic does not go undiscussed. Thank you. So I think where we're at here at this point is that I am looking for either a specific suggestion request for a modification to the document. If there's a specific request for modification to the document, we can take it up. If there is what appears to be unanimous direction, we can try to take it up by consensus. Otherwise, we'll need motions for that. If somebody wants to move forward with a motion on the document as a whole, moving it forward now, or I think Ellen was suggesting possibly some other timeline. I'm not sure what that is, but if she has a motion, so that's what I'd be looking for. One, discussion on changes to the document with specific suggestions for modification, and or two, a motion on the document as a whole. So I've got 3 hands up right now. I'll try to do them in the order I thought I saw them go up, with Jay McNamee, Ellen Bolin, and then Justin Davis. So let's go to Jay. Up, Jay's hand is down. Just did you
sorry.
still want to speak, Jay?
Yeah, I was just taking it down so I didn't leave it up, Mr. Chair.
All right, very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So actually, before I start, I guess I was of a mind to throw a motion out. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. And again, before I make the actual motion, I'll just note, I don't think this, I think this could work with potential adjustments to the timeline. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward with it. And my motion is I move to approve draft addendum 33 and council public hearing document as presented today for public comment.
All right. Thank you. So we have a motion to approve the addendum and amendment as presented today for public comment. That motion by Dr. Jason McNamee from Rhode Island. That is on behalf of the board. Let me first look for a second to that from the board. So I understand I've got Ellen and Justin. I have you in the queue for hands, but if you put only leave your hand up right now if you want to second it. All right, good. So Justin, you want to second the motion?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll accept a second from Dr. Davis. Okay, we would need a like motion from the board. Is there someone, or from the council? Is there someone from the council that would like to make this motion? Maureen Davidson, you'll make this motion on behalf of the council? I saw Maureen's microphone go green, but I didn't actually hear anything. Did staff hear anything from Maureen?
Sorry.
Check your device.
I was doubly muted. Yes, I'd like to make the motion for the council. I think that the addendum covers a wide variety of options that we should be able to present to the public, and look for comment.
Right, we're looking for a second to the motion from the council. I see Lori Nolan's hand up. Lori, are you seconding the motion for the council? Please be sure to unmute yourself both in the webinar and on your local device so we can hear you.
Yes, Adam, if you hear me, yes.
Yes, Lori, thank you very much. All right, so we have a motion on behalf of the board and on behalf of the council. Discussion on the motion. Jay, did you want to offer any additional, anything else on this motion, or did you feel your comments before making the motion encapsulated it?
Maybe just quickly reiterate, thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, everything Maureen said, I agree with. So I think there's a lot of different types of options in here, and a fair amount for the public to consider. And so I think it's, you know, if the timeline changes, I think that's okay, but the document itself will be good whenever it's ready to go out for public comment.
All right, Maureen, did you want to add anything additional as maker on the side of the council?
No, thank you, Adam. No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. So what I'm going to do now is, because I think there's some people that are going to want to speak both for and against this, is I'm first going to ask for, if everyone could put their hands down, let me ask for a show of hands that right now would like to speak in favor of the motion. Okay, I've got two hands, Justin and Nicola, that want to speak in favor of the motion. Emerson, and I'll go back and ask again, this isn't going to be the last crack at this. All right, put those hands down. Let me see a show of hands of people that are going to speak against the motion. All right, I've got Ellen Bolin and I've got Joe Cimino. All right, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start with Justin, since he was seconded the motion, and then I'll go back and forth between the pros, the fors, and the against, and then we'll see where that takes us. So go ahead, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm in favor of this motion. I think it's time for us to send this document out for public comment. I'll remind folks that even though at the beginning of the presentation, in the last segment of the meeting, it was stated that this action was started in October of 2019. If I recall correctly, the PDT was formed before we initially initiated the action. And this is really something that we've been working on for much longer than since October 2019. I believe there was even a working group before the PDT that started developing options. So this is something that's been worked on for quite a while now. I think there's a number of really excellent options in the document that will really, you know, provide a model for not only this action and this species, but reallocation decisions for other species and other management plans. And so I think really we're at a point now, we've discussed this enough. There's enough great options in the document. It's time to take the next step and get it out for public comment.
All right, thank you very much, Justin. We'll go to Ellen Bolin next.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for the maker of the motion for a comment that he made. So this is to approve the draft addendum, and then he said something regarding the timeline. And I'm curious if he was talking about the implementation timeline or the timeline for which we would actually send it out to the public. So are these two different, I guess my question is, are these two different actions, approval of the document and when we send it out, or is it all the same action?
By speaking and voting in favor of these motions, this would be to go ahead and release this document for public hearing with any other final edits that are needed to be made. So the document would be out for public comment in the near future, with public hearings occurring later this year.
Okay, thank you.
Jay, if you had something different that you were intending in the motion, please let us know. But that's That's my read of the motion as it's up on the board. Jay, did you have anything else to add?
Yeah, sorry, I had raised my hand. I was trying to be formal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I trying to think of the. So when I made the motion, I didn't. I'm going to start from this direction. So in making the motion, what I was trying to do is approve this document. I then made the comment about the timeline because I thought, were it the desire of either the board or the council to delay actually sending it out to allow for in-person meetings or, you know, a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about with regard to our current situation with COVID, I didn't see those as being mutually exclusive. I thought we could approve the document, meaning we wouldn't need to work on the document anymore. The stuff that is in there is adequate and ready for public perusal, and then a second motion kind of specifying when it would go out could happen from there if somebody wanted to change it. So that was my intent with the motion.
All right, so let me go ahead and read the motion, and then we might have to start this over. So the motion as we currently have it attributed to you as the maker for the board is move to approve draft addendum 33 and the council public hearing document as presented today for public comment. And that would start the process of getting it posted on the council commission websites, would begin the process of scheduling public hearings. I think if this was not your intention, I think if it was your intention for that process to actually begin at some other point, I don't think this is the correct way forward. I think we would want to look for some alternative motion. So let me first ask if it is your intent to start the public comment process now, and based on that answer, I'll offer us a way forward.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So I guess from my perspective, I would be fine with it starting, you know, as soon as was appropriate. I guess my comments again were just, I didn't think my motion precluded someone else offering a alternate timeline. So I'm fine with it starting right away.
So let me turn to staff then, because I don't think we would typically approve a comment for public comment, but not start the process until sometime in the future. And again, I'll look to staff for direction on this. And Mike, as council chair, please add your thoughts to this as well. I would think if the intent ultimately today is not to start that public process until sometime in the future, another either not making a motion today and just making it clear on the record that we would go ahead and take this up at some future date, or an explicit motion to postpone action until some future meeting, I think would probably be the better way forward. But I'll turn to staff if there's any precedent for a vote like this, but not starting the process. And I would turn to my chairman at the council level as well.
Adam, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. I had a call come in quickly. Can you just repeat your question to me? I heard my name.
Okay, great, no problem. So we've got a little bit of discussion right now about whether there is the option for voting to approve this for public comment today, but not actually starting the process until some future time of scheduling public hearings, et cetera, based on concerns about a desire to do this in person or whatever other individual concerns there may be.
Right.
So the question is, I'm not familiar with any history of approving a document for public comment, but delaying the start of that public process. My initial thought as board chair is that if that is the intent of the board today, to either not take action on this today or make some motion that postpones further action until some time-sensitive or other action that we knew when we would take this back up again. That's my inclination, but I would turn to you for your thoughts as well as staff thoughts from both the commission and the council about doing this motion, potentially voting in favor of starting public comment, but not actually starting the process in the immediate future.
Yeah, no, I followed along there. I just missed the last couple seconds. So my thoughts on that are that if we were to approve this motion as it stands, unless it's modified, I would say that the intent would begin to schedule and move forward with public hearings, as normal. I think if there's an intent, if somebody has an interest in postponing to some time certain, whether that's a certain meeting, we have a few meetings coming up there. If there's an intent to delay this action for whatever reason it might be, we've heard in-person meetings, COVID issues. We heard some timing issues as a result of having another amendment dealing with allocations as well. I think what we would need is a substitute motion that may do both. It could approve the document so that we're not inclined to revisit it again, but it would delay public hearings to some certain time in the future. And so my suggestion would be, if that's the intent of a board member or someone on the council, to make a substitute motion to that intent, and we could take that up if it's seconded. That's my thought.
All right. Are there any other comments from staff with regards to that? Because I think where I'm inclined to go right now is one option. Jay is maker of the motion, and from Ms. Davidson and the seconders is if everybody wants to withdraw the motion with the consent of the board, we could withdraw this motion. If you're comfortable with leaving this motion as is, understanding that as written, it means we're going to start the process in the near future, and then we can continue going through my list of speakers and see if the motion gets substituted or amended to delay actually starting something. So let me turn back to Jay. Jay, are you comfortable with the motion as we've discussed it right now, letting the board do with it as they see fit with regards to substituting or amending it, or are you going to request withdrawing the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm comfortable with the motion, so I would be happy just proceeding forward and seeing what happens.
All right. Is there any objection to that from Ms. Davidson, Ms. Nolan, or Dr. Davis?
No, Adam, I'm good. It was my intent that we would move forward with the public hearings.
Okay. So I'm glad that we had that discussion. So we're going to go ahead and leave the motion up as is. It's clear what the intent is right now. Hopefully it's clear to the rest of the board and council what actions would be needed here if they want to change the timeline. So let me go back to Ellen. You had asked the question. I think we've got your question answered at this point with regards to where the motion stands and the intent of it as of right now. So I'll turn to you if you have any further comment on it.
Thank you. Based on the answer to that question, I do have a substitute motion if now is the appropriate time to make that.
Please go ahead.
I move to postpone further action on the draft joint Black Sea Bass commercial state reallocation document until the August 2021 meeting to allow progress on the commercial recreational reallocation amendment. And if I get a second, I will provide a little bit of additional clarity in addition to what I've already said.
Maya, that's 2021.
Yeah, I didn't get the full motion. If some people could help me fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Maya. Oh.
I can type it in the box if that would be helpful.
Yeah, whatever works.
All right, so we've got a motion coming up here from Ellen. While we're working on getting that up on the board, Mike Petney, did you want to just speak with regards to the range of motions, or did you have something pertinent to share relative to what occurred right prior to this motion we're working on now?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. No, I just had a comment / question really directed at the council piece of this action, which is, and this was in response to the original motion. Just to note that I think typically when the council gets to the point of approving a draft amendment to take out the public hearing, there's at least some discussion around selecting preferred alternatives to take out to the public for review, so the public has some sense of the direction the council is intending to go. And it does seem like, although we walked through all of the issues that are being covered in the amendment, there really hasn't been any discussion around preferred alternatives at this point. And so I just wanted to raise that point / question for the council, recognizing that the commission process through the addendum is often quite different.
All right, that's great. I think that's important information and certainly going to be relevant to this next motion here. Did you want me to keep you in the queue of speakers here, or was that just the one point you wanted to make right now?
Yeah, that was the only point I had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so do we have Ellen's motion up at this point? Ellen, is what you see on the screen what your intended motion is? And if yes, I'll then ask you to read it into the record.
It is.
All right, please go ahead and read it, and then state whether you're making it on behalf of the board, the council, or both, please.
Sure. I move to postpone further action on the draft joint Black Sea Bass state commercial allocation document until the August 2021 meeting to allow progress on the commercial recreational reallocation amendment. And I'm making this on behalf of both the commission and the council.
All right, thank you very much. Since the last motion, we asked for a second first for the board. I'll go to the council first, looking for a second this time. So do I have a second from the council for this motion? There's a number of hands that are up right now. I'm sorry, I was jotting notes down. So if you could put your hands down, and the first hand that goes up after that, I will go ahead and accept as the second. And that's going to be Tony Delernia. Sorry, Steve. Tony Delernia is going to be the seconder for the council. I will then turn to the board. Do we have a second for this motion from the board? And the first hand up from the board was Tom Fody. So I'll just confirm those seconds. Tony Delernia, you were seconding this motion on behalf of the council, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Tom Fody, you were seconding this motion on behalf of the board, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let me go ahead and reset my speaker list, and then I'll ask for a set of speakers. So where we were at was we were with Ellen, who was speaking. I'll turn to her first for further rationalization on the motion. Then the list of speakers that I had was Nicola, Joe Cimino, Emerson Hasbrook. I will go back to those people in that order after Ellen. additional people that want to speak. After I go through that list, I will then go back and ask for a show of hands for people that want to speak in favor and in opposition to the motion. So, Ellen, do you have anything further to add regarding justification for the motion?
Sure, thank you. Just a quick addition to some of what I've already voiced, which is I think it's challenging to figure out what's the suite of available options to both Virginia as well as northern states around this issue. Allocation is a tough decision and one that we don't enjoy having to make time and time again. And so I think it's really important to get it right the first go round. And, you know, to be very blunt, like Virginia recognizes that this stock is expanding and we will need to address this. This is not intended to not do this. This is intended to be able to do this once and to do it right. So thanks.
Okay. Bob Beal, you put your hand up. Did you have something to add for us? Some correction for me administratively or guidance here? I think staff's got to unmute their boss again.
Bob, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Tina. Yeah, they like to keep me quiet. It's a plan.
It's a rough go, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment on the motion, not in favor or against it, obviously. But technically, these are not joint. This is not a joint document. The council and commission agreed to do two parallel documents, our addendum 33 and then the council's amendment. And we, both bodies agreed to work in parallel and not make any decisions independently. So I think, you know, and that is just that.
You're breaking up on us, Bob.
Adam, I think I can try to finish what Bob was saying, if that's helpful.
And I'm sure Bob appreciates you finishing his thoughts for him. Go ahead.
I don't know about that, but these are parallel documents, not a joint document. While we tried to craft the document to be as like and similar as possible, obviously the council has an amendment, we have an addendum, and we're trying to work in lockstep together to make the choices together as we had agreed to back in over a year ago. So we may need to.
So is the takeaway here that we need to change the language of this motion to be more similar to the language of the original motion that reflected two separate documents? Or do you feel that we need some different scope of motions altogether?
I think if we just said further action on the draft addendum and the draft amendment, we could, the commission's draft addendum and the council's draft amendment, that would work.
Is there any objection by those associated with making this motion to perfecting the language as such?
No.
No.
All right, so let's go ahead and get that modification done. Hopefully it can be pulled from the main motion or pulled from the conversation here.
Hey, Mr. Chair, this is Julia. Can I speak to that point about the documents?
Please do.
So I worked closely with Caitlin in terms of writing the draft. Well, she did most of the work, but I helped edit it a little bit. And we tried to make it so that it would actually work as both a council and a commission document for public hearings. So throughout it says the council and board will decide. On the cover page, it has both of our logos and both of our names for the two organizations there. So we weren't actually planning to have a separate council document for public hearings, unless the council really wanted to, but we'll have to have a separate document later down the road for the rulemaking process. But for public hearings, we were hoping that what's in the briefing book as modified today would be the same document that's used for the council and the commission for public hearings.
So that's helpful. So I think the takeaway is that at the end of the day, there is two separate documents, an addendum and an amendment, that would ultimately become promulgated as final rules through the service and through the commission process, but we're talking about one public hearing document. Let's see what we've got. Move to postpone further action on the Commission's Black Sea Bass Addendum 33 and the Council's amendment public hearing document. So where we're at right now is that we're referencing that they're two separate initiatives, but it's one public hearing document. How does that work for both stats?
That works for me. This is Julia.
This looks fine to me as well.
Okay.
Adam,
all right.
And real quick.
Yeah, please.
So thank you. If we're perfecting the motion to make sure it's clear, can we, this was a motion to substitute, so can we be sure to move to substitute to postpone so that we know that there's a main motion still being considered? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that, Mike, whether it's a motion to substitute or whether we're just postponing everything. You know, are we postponing the previous, and I guess we need to get clarification, are we postponing action on the previous motion, which would then automatically bring it back before us, or are we substituting to postpone anything further, which would make the main motion go away? I think they're two separate things, I think.
Yeah, you're right.
So
you're right.
You're postponing the action until August of 2021. So it's not a substitute. You're just postponing taking up that motion that was previously made until August of 2021.
So that motion would come back, if we go with the original language that was here 30 seconds ago, move to postpone further action, then the main motion would come back before both of these bodies in August of 2021. Or again, I'll go back to the makers of the motion to see if their preference was to substitute to postpone. What were they postponing? The previous motion or the further action? I think that's what we want clarification on. Would you agree, Mike?
I'll stay quiet. I think it was fine the first time. It was.
No, you brought up a great point. Absolutely. So let me turn to Ellen again. Did you want to postpone the previous motion, which would have it automatically come back to us in August, which is what the language currently reflects, or did you want to substitute for the last motion and just start with a fresh slate on this in next August?
Okay, I wanted it to just come back. I don't think we need to start with a fresh slate. I think the document is in good shape. Is that? I'm trying to track here, but I can't see the previous motion. So I think
yeah, it was.
No,
all right. So that's where we're at. Let's go ahead and put that previous motion up because as I think we've clarified, if we could get both on the screen at the same time, maybe shrink some fonts or something here would be great, because that's where we're at. And I'll wait till they get those up. All right, so let me go through and just go through my list of speakers. Nicola, do you still want to speak, yes or no?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Joe Cimino, you're still going to want to speak? Yes or no, Joe? I'll assume with a hands up, that means he still wants to speak while he's getting muted. Emerson, you're going to want to speak on the motion to postpone? All right, I got a hand up there. All right, so let me get through those three, and then let me reset.
Yeah, there's been a problem with unmuting here, I think. Adam and Joe may be experiencing the same thing. It took a while to unmute here. I had to push this button 20 times. So,
All right,
yes,
I'll try to give you a heads up. What I'll let people know here is to who the next speaker is, and then they can unmute themselves beforehand and try to just mute their local device. All right, let me go to Nicola. We'll go through Nicola, Joe, and Emerson, and then I'll reset the list with for and against for the motion to postpone. So, Nicola, you're up.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I had given consideration to the interplay between the sector allocation amendment and the CBAS commercial allocation addendum. Regardless of the overall size of the pie, I think it is time that we consider how the pie is split. And the interplay, that most of the concern seems to be based on the trigger option itself, but there are where it's a specific poundage amount, but there are other options here that wouldn't put us in a bind with waiting for the commercial recreational allocation amendment and how that would play into it. I also think we've heard some ways where if that were the approved approach, the trigger, where it could be further modified with the commercial recreational allocation amendment. And lastly, the date of August 2021, I would note in the motion, I would note recreational commercial allocation amendment is currently scheduled to go to public hearings in early 2021. And so if there were to be some delay in the commercial reallocation amendment, I could possibly go along with having those public hearings all happening at the same time and final action on both of these documents happening at the same time. I don't think we have to wait for commercial recreational allocation amendment to conclude before taking action on this document. Thanks.
Thanks, Nicola. Joe Cimino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with a lot of what Justin Davis said in that I would move to approve this document because I think it's a great template for what we should be looking at for this very difficult decision of reallocation. So I applaud the work, especially of the PDT and staff on this. But I do have major concerns with the timing. We lived through this with Bluefish. We tried to bring out a Bluefish commercial reallocation amendment before we knew what new MREP numbers were, and we had to put a stop to that. I think we're in the same exact situation right now, and I think we could potentially come back from public hearings with not enough information to move ahead because the public isn't willing to say until they know more. And the only good news on that is these public hearings won't be as laborious as having, I think we had 3 in New Jersey for the Bluefish reallocation when we decided to wait and get on the other side of the new rec numbers. And so it's the reason why I'm unfortunately speaking for the postponement of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Emerson Hasbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with the comments Nicola just made, and I'm opposed to this motion to postpone. We don't need to slow this current addendum amendment down. It's been in the works for over 2 years now, starting with a working group of the board. We don't need to delay bringing this draft addendum amendment because there's another action for summer flounder, scup, and sea bass in the works for commercial recreational allocation. Let these 2 separate actions go forward independently. Whatever the outcome is of the summer flounder, scup, and sea bass reallocation amendment, this addendum amendment that we're talking about today, it can be incorporated when that action is finalized. We don't know what the output is going to be on that. Hey, one of the options is status quo for sea bass, right? So the only thing that this motion is going to do, this motion to delay, the only thing this motion to delay is going to do is put off making some hard decisions for another year. Let's get on with our jobs of making hard decisions for sea bass management. Thank you.
Thank you, Emerson. All right, let me see a show of hands of people that want to speak in favor of the motion to postpone right now. If you're not in favor of the motion to postpone, please keep your hand down for a moment. Hands up only if you want to speak in favor of the motion to postpone. All right, so the three I have right now are going to be Mike Luisi, Tom Foti, and Tony Delernia. If you could briefly put your hands down and let me see a show of hands of additional people that want to speak against the motion to postpone. Okay, and I've got Justin Davis, Jay McNamee, and Eric Reed in favor of the, in opposition to the motion to postpone. All right, so I'll go back and forth between those two lists. Please try to keep your comments, if they're new only. If somebody else has made your comments, just feel free to reference it, but try to focus on new information that you're bringing to the table. Everybody can put their hand down right now out of Mike Luisi, Justin Davis, Tom Foti, Jay McNamee, Tony Delernia, Eric Reed. That's where we're at right now, and then I'll come back for another round of speakers at that point. So, Mike, you're up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I didn't actually raise my hand. My hand was still up from before, but I'll just go ahead and add a thought to the discussion. I'm kind of in the middle here. I don't know if postponing the entirety of the action, which would be to approve the document and get it to the public, needs to wait a year. You know, but I do fall in line with some of the comments, and I agree with some of the comments regarding being informed as to what potential changes are happening at a parallel track, and how they may result in compounding effects on a state regarding its commercial allocation for black sea bass. So I think it would be best to leave my points at that right now. So I just also wanted to offer the concept and the idea that, you know, there has been a lot of work done on this. It's gone back a few years now, and there is still an opportunity to allow the public to weigh in on this. We've been talking about it for quite some time. And with that information that we get from the public before final action is taken, there would be an opportunity to consider delaying that final action based on some of the concerns we've heard. So, you know, I see this as it could happen in a couple different ways. We could postpone till next year, move forward now, and potentially delay later, or just continue to move forward now with you know, without considering delay. So I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for recognizing me. Appreciate it.
Okay, Mike, thank you. And we will, before a final vote is taken, I will go out to the public for comment on this motion to postpone as well. Justin Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm in opposition to this motion. I'll start out by saying that I am sympathetic to the concern over trying to move forward with this at the same time while we're considering recreational versus commercial allocation. The two actions obviously have implications for each other. But I feel like this action is much further along. As several folks have mentioned, we've been working on this for well over 2 years. There's been a ton of work that's put into this. The maker of this motion said a few minutes ago the document is in good shape. You know, we've got a really good document here, and I feel like we can take it out now for public comment. And what we're really going to be asking the public to do is choose between different management schemes or different management frameworks, a trigger framework versus just a straight up reallocation framework versus a different framework where you're taking a certain percentage of the quota and allocating it differently. And all of these options essentially include a range. The trigger option, you know, the Connecticut only 5% option, any of these are essentially describing a range of potential changes. And I think the range that's being considered in any of the options in this document will allow more than enough flexibility when it comes time for final action, that when the other action has moved along, the recreational versus commercial action, we'll be able to adjust to the outcome there. So I reject the premise that we sort of need to put this thing on a shelf until we know what's going on with the other action, because I think you could turn around and make that same argument for the other action. We could get together next week and say, well, geez, we can't move forward with the recreational versus commercial amendment until we know what's going to happen with allocations on sea bass commercial quota. I'm not confident that in August 2021, we're going to be in a substantially better place understanding what's going to happen with recreational versus commercial allocation to allow the public to make that much more of an informed judgment on the different options that are laid out in this document. And I'll also just say that there will be other opportunities to delay action on this after public comment. We can keep pushing off taking final action on this. I wouldn't personally endorse that. I think there's a certain urgency here. Some states are very disadvantaged by their current quota allocation, and we'll have other opportunities to get public input even after this public comment period. I know that in our state we have an advisory council. I have folks in the industry that I talk to regularly, and I'll continue to get input from those folks even after the normal public comment period, which I suspect all the other folks on this call will as well. So while I'm receptive to the general concept behind this, I just really don't feel like this particular motion is going to put these two bodies in a better place to move forward with what I think is an important action. I just don't think it's justified. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin. Tom Foti, and then after Tom again, I got Jay McNamee and Tony Delernia and Eric Reed. Go ahead, Tom.
My problem is I support the document going out. My problem is the public hearing process. I really am concerned that we move anything that's a final action, which is a final action. We're moving out for public hearings to make a final action. And we're going to do this as virtual public hearings. And I'm not too confident that that basically handles all the public. I've done enough Zoom calls with different organizations and different meetings with MAFMC, with the Commission, Jersey Coast, and a whole number of other organizations, Clean Water Action, to realize it's not the same as having a sit down with a public hearing, going through a document, asking questions with the group sitting in an audience, and then basically putting things down. It's not the document that's giving me a problem. I would have supported going to the document if we had public hearings. But have virtual hearings is another ballgame. And I would have the same problem moving, and I'm going to have the same problem moving the other document out, the same reasons, because I just don't think it's fair. There's a lot of people like me that still use a flip phone that don't like comfortable getting on Zooms and things like that. I do it because of the necessity of life, and I've learned how to appropriately do it. But I mean, I sit with calls and try to explain. It takes me 2 days sometimes to explain to some of the people who are supposed to be on the call with me how to actually get to a Zoom call, which is a lot easier than this type of call. So that was my concern. Had nothing to do with the document, it's just the public hearing process. And that's what I've been waiting to talk about all this time. I don't want to do joint public hearings where we cover a bunch of states on a virtual reality. I think that could be another disaster. And we're not really finding out how the people in New Jersey, New York feel with speaking to their fishery staff at the same time. I know it's more intensive to do that. And it's more work, but I think that's part of our job. So I go to the public hearings. I don't get paid. That's my volunteer job. And that's what I signed up to when I went on the commission years ago and pushed for public hearings, and that was part of the process. So that was my problems with it.
Great. Thank you, Tom. And I think what's important, the last couple comments have been hitting on some new information and other items to consider. So that's great, and I appreciate that from the speakers. Next up, Jay McNamee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully I'm not just about to disappoint you. I just wanted to think back to when I made the original motion. I sort of implied that, some degree of, I was comfortable if things kind of paused for a little bit. My main reason for implying that was concerns over the same concerns that Tom just voiced. I also am concerned about that, and I think the Zoom meetings and the virtual hearings have been working okay, you know, for a lot of different things that I've been involved in, but I know some folks feel differently about that. So I was okay with, you know, a modest delay in kind of bringing this stuff out, but, you know, a year, it seems like overkill to me. And so that's why I'm thinking back to what Nicola said earlier, you know, if something got delayed and it started back up after the first of the year or something like that, I think that would be reasonable. But waiting a full year to even just let it go out for public comment is far too long. And so I'll be in opposition to this, this new motion.
Thanks, Jay. I promise I'm never disappointed. Much appreciated. Tony Delernia.
All right, thank you, Adam. First of all, let me say, if this goes forward, most of the options include giving New York an increase. New York and Connecticut, in most cases, get an increase. So you would think right away I'd want to jump in on this, say, yeah, sure, let's go forward. But I'm a council member. And speaking as a council member, I want to make sure that council process is fully respected. It's supposed to be coordinating the council and the commission's actions. If this goes forward, the commission will be a full year ahead of the council. And I don't think that's what we want to be. Finally, we don't know what the reallocation between the commercial and recreational process, we don't know what that's going to turn out as far as changes to the commercial allocation. And so to be divvying up stuff that we aren't even sure how much is going to be reallocated, if anything should be reallocated, or, you know, if the commercial allocation will be decreased, I think is a bit premature. So, you know, the commission's been working with the state-by-state quota system in this process for years. And it seems to have been working. So to give them another year to continue to work with the process they have in place doesn't seem to be a problem to me. And at the same time, we can continue to collaboratively work on this together and coordinate our actions together rather than having one body jump ahead of the other. So it's for that reason why I seconded the motion, and I don't believe that, I believe we should wait till August 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, for providing council perspective as it is a joint action. That's important. Eric Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. So this is a public hearing document, and I agree that it should go forward. Mr. Luisi's comment, I agree with what Mike said, that, you know, he mentioned a delay or change to the timeline for final action. That's after the public gets a hold of this document. There's nothing that says the timeline has to be maintained as it is. And I agree with Dr. Davis that the range of alternatives in this document are substantial enough that the public can give us their input, and then we can digest it in however much time that may take. This notion about, well, if we wait, things will change as far as public hearing format goes. Yeah, okay. Buy me a couple of lottery tickets today as well, because I don't believe that. And I just want to point out, I mean, in New England, we have two very contentious amendments, A21 to the Scup plan and A23 to the Groundfish plan. And those are very contentious. And we are doing our best to accommodate the public, but sooner or later, final action is going to have to take place regardless. And I don't like it, but that's reality. And I would point out that the Mid-Atlantic, of course, just went through the process of their ILEX amendment. Of course, the ILEX amendment was a totally commercial issue. There's no rec component. I understand that. And there is apples and oranges there. But the reality of that is, and Mr. Hughes, who was on this call, can probably tell you better than I, there were a series of public hearings that were attended by 60, 70, 80, 90 people. And final action was attended by the same. And that was managed very well by the council and by Mr. Hughes himself. So I know it's a complex issue, but, you know, at the end of the day, my question is to the supporters of this motion to postpone. And, you know, I just, do you really think that between now and next August, that without public input, this document is going to be so changed, so substantially changed after we hear from the public and the response to the options that we have in this document, that it would present the possibility we would have to go back out to the public? That, I don't see that happening. The suite of options is pretty broad, and we can gather a lot of input. We're not going to final action. We can adjust our final action timeline, even if we go to public hearing now. So I would suggest, with all that in mind, that we approve this document, get public input, and if we've got to adjust it, then we do it. And if that happens to be after August of 2021, so be it. But no, there's no reason to avoid the public anymore in this document. Let's send it out to them. Let's get it back. Let's do our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. I'll second kudos to Mr. Hughes for the great work he did at the council, and everyone who does great work, staff and chairs included. All right, so let me ask, at this point, is there anyone else from the council and board that would like to speak to offer new information in helping both bodies make a decision in either for or against the motion? If so, raise your hand at this point. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands. So at this point, I'm going to go out to the public for comments on the motion to postpone. First hand I see up is Greg DiDomenico. Good afternoon, Greg.
Good morning. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me pretty well?
Can hear you like you're right next to me.
All righty. I'm going to be brief.
For the record, he's not.
I'll be brief. We support the motion to postpone for one basic reason. All along this process, I was willing to go ahead in haste and in good faith, and hopefully to help or assist those commercial folks up north who've been disadvantaged by low quotas. So I was willing to go ahead and do that. But quite frankly, given the complexion of the recreational commercial allocation document, and specifically the most recent information that leads me to believe that catch-based management will be applied in the other demersal species, which could very easily, from the newest analysis, shift and reduce commercial fishing quota or percentages by 20%, I'm no longer willing to take the risk of losing additional quota for anybody at this point. So it would be good to postpone, and it would be good to understand that at some point, this issue of commercial, this issue of catch-based versus landings-based approach needs to be fully vetted. And again, repeat what I said earlier this morning, that the application of which should be applied differently to stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greg. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? Either raise your hand, or if you don't have the ability to do so through the webinar, please just go ahead and speak up and let me know that you want to speak. Okay, seeing no other hands, and Greg, if you'd be kind enough to put yours down, it'd be appreciated. If you don't have anything else to add, thank you very much. And hearing nothing else, I will bring it back to the virtual table. Does the board and council have anything additional they'd like to add for or against this motion before we go ahead and do the vote? All right, seeing none, if I could ask staff to go ahead and just put up the makers and the seconders of the motion to postpone. I'll go ahead and read this one more time and just make clear what this will do. Move to postpone further action on the Commission's Black Sea Bass Addendum 33 and the Council's amendment public hearing document until the August 2021 meeting to allow progress on the commercial recreational reallocation amendment. That motion was made on behalf of both the board and the council by Ellen Boland, seconded for the board by Tom Foti, seconded for the council by Tony Galernia. I'll go ahead and call the question first for the board, and then I'll turn to council chair to go ahead and call the question for the council. I'll first go ahead and give commissioner members about 3 minutes or so here to go ahead and caucus, and then we'll go ahead and take the vote. Justin Davis, did you have one last thing to add before we caucus?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify for the board vote, are we going to use the procedure we seem to have adopted today where when the board votes are tallied up, it'll be announced which states voted in which direction?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. While it's not formally a roll call vote, I think it's important to recognize that the process, if we were around the table, we could all see everything. If somebody's not in front of a computer, they can't see the hand. So that will be my intention. I will ask for one commissioner from each state to go ahead and raise their hand. I will ask staff to run down that list, announce the votes that they have as the yays, nays, abstention, and nulls, and then that way we have everything as a record. And I'll defer to the council chair if he'd like to do things the same way there as well. Roy Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to know procedurally what we're doing here. We're going to vote on the motion to postpone. Now, if the motion to postpone passes, what happens to the previous motion? Do we then vote on that, or does by approving or disapproving the motion to postpone, does that do away with the need for the previous motion? Can you clarify for me, Mr. Chairman, what the intent is? Thank you.
I most certainly can, Roy. A vote in favor of the motion to postpone. If this motion to postpone passes, we will have no further business to conduct regarding the addendum and amendment today, and the document will sit as is and will come back before these joint bodies in August of 2021. If the motion to postpone fails, then we will go back to the main motion and take it up at that point in time with either a vote or any further addition, amendments, substitutions, or other actions. Does that make clear to you what we're doing?
Thank you for that clarification.
Very good. All right, so let's take 3 minutes or so here, and then we'll go ahead and take the vote. Thank you. I'll ask the board, is there any other states that need more time to caucus? Either raise a hand or just chime in with more time, please. Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so I believe we're ready to vote. So we will go ahead and take the question first to the board. Let me just quickly turn to council chair. Is there anything else you want to offer before we take this vote up, Mr. Chairman?
No, thank you, Adam. I think we've had a good discussion. There's been a lot of back and forth about the concerns about moving forward now. I think it's been recognized that there's an intent to address the situation of abundance and access. However, given the complexities of the global pandemic and data that may be changing as a result of the commercial allocation. I think those concerns were made clear. So I don't think there's anything else we need to cover. It's been a good back and forth, and I think it's time to call the question, as you have suggested. Thank you.
All right, very good. Just quick question to staff. Do we have Fish and Wildlife Service present so we make sure we get an accurate number of votes, or are we just looking at 11 votes and not 12?
Hold on, Adam. No, Fish and Wildlife is here.
Okay, so we're going to be looking for a total of 12 votes is what the number we're going to be looking for. All right.
Everyone
so,
votes.
What's that?
I said if everybody votes, yes.
Well, everybody should vote one way or the other, yes, no, abstain, or null. So we'll do it as many times as we need to get to 12. Let's hope it's just once. All right, all those in favor of the motion to postpone, please go ahead and raise a hand, 1 vote for delegation, and then I'll ask staff to just run down that list after we've given everyone enough time.
Okay. And please don't take your hand down. I will take it down for you. I have New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and PRFC.
I thought I had 5. New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, Maryland, PRFC, correct?
Yes, that's 5.
Okay. All right, those hands have been cleared. All those in opposition to the motion to postpone, raise your hands, please.
I have New York, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, sorry, I had some hands move on me, North Carolina, that's 5, right, Caitlin?
Yes.
Oh, and Rhode Island. Did I say Rhode Island? I'm sorry if I didn't.
I've got Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, North Carolina, and New York in opposition to the motion to postpone.
Correct.
Okay. Abstentions on the motion to postpone?
Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries.
That's 2.
Okay, very good. And there should be no null votes as we've got. So we've got 5 votes in favor of the motion to postpone, 5 in opposition, 2 abstention. The motion fails for a lack of majority. Therefore, there's no need to take this motion to the council. So that brings us back then to the main motion. All right, so let me ask is there anyone who wants, I believe the majority of the discussion that we had on the motion to postpone addressed a lot of the issues here. I will ask if there's anyone who wants to make any subsequent motions to the motion before us at this point. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I'm gonna ask, is there anyone who wants to make any final comments? Otherwise, I'll go ahead and give caucus time for a minute on this. I'll ask if there's any additional comments that people want to make now on this main motion. Got Tony Delernia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted for the motion that just failed. You heard my reasons before. I have to say that as chairman of the council's committee that's going to deal with this, I am still going to vote no regarding sending it out. I don't think we should be sending it out until we coordinate into 2021. So I am going to be voting no. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just offer that from a procedure perspective to answer where we're at, is that if this motion passes, staff will begin the process of finalizing the document, making sure all I's are dotted, T's are crossed, getting it posted to council and commission websites, and beginning the process of scheduling public hearings. If this motion were to fail, then I think we'd be in a state of limbo. I would be looking for some direction from the council and board at that point as to what they want staff to do with this document. Should this motion fails, we had a motion to postpone basically any further consideration for a year. There may be some interim ground if this motion fails, but we would take that discussion up likely not today due to other things on the agenda. Likely what I think I would do is direct staff to basically schedule this topic for a future meeting to take it back up again, is I think where we would be at if this motion fails. Chairman Luisi, you've got your hand up. I don't know if you wanted to comment in the motion or just talk about where we are should this motion pass or fail.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, I did have, you started to cover it there at the end. I'm wondering what happens in the event that this motion then fails. And you made it, you stated that we would leave it up to staff to bring it back before us at some later date. I'd almost think that staff would probably return a question to the board and the council at that point as to when they would like to see it again. So I don't know that we want to put that on staff to just make that decision. I think we probably should, if this were to fail, we should have a discussion about when we would like to see this again. And I'll hold comment. I'd like to see if anybody else has any comment to offer. I may offer comment on behalf of the state of Maryland, not as chair of the council, regarding where my position was on the previous motion, on the previous vote, and then what I might be thinking about for this vote. So I'll hold that for now, see if anyone else has anything to offer, but keep in mind that we may need to provide guidance to staff as to when we might want to see this again if this fails. Thanks.
Yeah, no, and that's completely true. It wasn't my intention to suggest it would be staff's decision. I think what I was alluding to was that we would need some direction from staff when they might think we could next bring it forward as well. So yes, I agree. It would need to be, it would ultimately be the will of the board and the council what we would do with this with guidance from staff. So thank you. All right, any other new information to bring forward on the motion prior to giving the board another moment to caucus and then calling the vote? All right, seeing none, I'll give the board 1 minute here to caucus. I would think the last caucus probably covered it, but go ahead. And what we'll do when we come back with the vote, Mike, since the board voted first last time, we'll turn to the council first for you to conduct that vote if you're ready for that when we come back from caucus.
Yep, can do that. Thanks.
Mike, VC, I don't know what happens here, but Scott Lennox sent us a note and told us that he had to leave the meeting, but he is voting, if he can, he would like to vote in favor of this motion. So I give that information to you.
Okay. And I think procedurally, this is all new territory, not that it's new territory, but procedurally, the way we've done things at the council is that if you are not present during the casting of a vote, then that vote will not be counted. So if Scott, if his intent was to try to vote but not on the call, then I'm not going to include that vote. But his comment regarding what he would have done will be taken in the record.
there any delegations that need additional time to caucus for the board? Okay, we'll take another moment. All right, let's go ahead and bring the vote back to the table. Chairman Luisi, I'll turn to you to go ahead and conduct the vote for the council first, since the last vote was done at the board level first.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Nowalski. I'm going to go ahead and read the motion to the council, and I'll be asking for the council's vote. Unlike you, Adam, I do not have an ability, I do not see the attendees and the hands. So what I'm going to do is ask staff to just count the hands in support and in opposition and present those counts. I can't tell you who is voting for and against at this point. That said, the motion is to approve draft addendum 33 and council public hearing document as presented today for public comment. All those members of the council who support this action, please raise your hand.
Mike, I'm just waiting till everyone raises their hand because it moves the names all around. All right.
Understood. Yeah, take your time.
You have Joe Cimino, Maureen Davidson, John Clark, Sarah Winslow, Chris Kuhn, Mike Pentney, Chris Bat-Savage, Lori Nolan, and Warren Elliott. If somebody else had their hand raised and I didn't call their name, please speak up.
Okay, Tony, I counted 9 as you read that out. I'll just confirm with you.
Yep, I count 9 as well.
Okay. So if you can clear the hands for me.
Yep.
All right, so everyone's hands should be down at this point. I'm going to now.
And Tony, sorry to interrupt. Tony, did you get my note about my voting relative to? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and call for all those opposed to the motion. Please raise your hand.
You have Peter Hughes, Sunny Gwynn, Wes Townsend, Ellen Bolin, Steve Hines, Tony Delernia, Dewey Hemmelwright, and Adam Nowalski.
Okay, I counted 8.
As did I.
Okay. We ask if there are any abstentions.
I just cleared the deck, so abstentions, if you raise your hand now, it'll
Okay. Any
better. I do not see any hands.
And that count makes sense. There were a couple council members, given that Scott had to leave and Peter Defer was also not available today. That count makes sense as far as the number goes. So with a 9-8 vote on this motion, the motion is approved by the council. And Adam, I'll turn it back to you for a board vote.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. So for the board, all those that are in favor of the motion, please go ahead and cast your vote by raising your hand. 1 vote per delegation, please.
Okay, we have Rhode Island, Delaware, Connecticut, Massachusetts, NOAA Fisheries, North Carolina, and New York. I'm going to clear the deck.
Tony?
Yep.
7.
I'm sorry, Tony. I lost my screen for something happened, and I don't see my hand raise function anymore.
Oh, that's because when you said you couldn't see people, I made you the organizer. Do you want to vote in favor?
I do not.
Okay, no worries.
I just wanted to be.
Let me know what Maryland's vote will be.
Yeah.
So that's 7 in favor, Caitlin, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
That you can have those hands have now been put down. Can I get all the votes that are no votes in opposition to the motion to go ahead and raise a hand? 1 vote per delegation, please.
Mike, is Maryland a no?
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll have Maryland, New Jersey, Virginia, and PRFC. 4.
That's 4.
Thank you very much. Abstentions?
Fish and Wildlife Service.
Great, that'll make 12, and we'll have no null votes. So the motion passes the board, 7 votes in favor, 4 opposed, 1 abstention, no null votes. Okay, so I think where that brings us now is back to the topic of public hearings. We have passed the motion to go ahead and approve this document. We had the timeline up earlier with next steps. There was a proposal. I think maybe if staff could bring up the slide related to public hearings. There was a discussion item there that maybe public hearings move from a state-by-state type of public hearing venue to something more comprehensive or less geographic based. I mean, I'll just add that from my own experience of public hearings for various topics in different entities, what I've definitely seen occur firsthand is there's no more travel restrictions. We certainly had people that traveled out of state, sometimes great distances, to attend public hearings that were not in their same state, but certainly the virtual aspect of things has taken that away. So we saw a lot of the same people at places. We saw people from out of state taking places. So I do think there's some merit to consideration about what we do here moving forward and whether those hearings adequately reflect an individual state interest and or whether or not that really matters. I'm not here to make that decision. But again, I think if we could get the slide up that had the information about the public hearings, and I would turn to staff to state what the specific needs are that they have, that they need direction from to move forward to begin scheduling these.
Adam, I think I'm going to try to help Caitlin out here. One of the things that we had talked about related earlier in the week with striped bass and some other things were other species that have past addendums is that the executive committee next week would talk about public hearings and the best way to move forward with public hearings. So I thought maybe we could get the advice from those folks and then still reach out to the states and talk to you all about determining whether or not we can find some ways to do some consolidation of hearings as well. And I'm not saying that, that there's like a no, we won't give your state a hearing or anything like that, if that's what you really need. But if that is okay with you, then we would just wait to hear the executive committee's advice and then reach back out to the board and asking about hearings.
So the one question I have with that, Tony, is traditionally outside of closed topics such as personnel issues, the commission's executive committee meetings are a public process with materials available, agendas, as well as the opportunity for public to attend. I understand that needs for the executive committee to meet on topics have increased. I understand there's regular and/or a standing meeting now posted. But if we go that route, what opportunity does that then provide this board or any other member of the public to weigh in on that decision-making process?
The board can, definitely the board can come listen to the executive committee, and obviously it's up to the chairman to determine, to recognize other speakers depending on how much time there is. But as I said before, what we thought we would do is get the advice of the executive committee. But again, I don't think that it precludes a state from being able to ask for a hearing. I think that we're just trying to reduce fatigue of folks on the hearings, and that's why we're trying to do some consolidation, especially because they are all webinars, and we recognize that sometimes some states have some individual needs. I think that it's highly likely, following the positive feedback that the council found with recording the hearings, that we might do something like that as well. Again, we would want to run that past the executive committee, but there's, just a couple of different ideas that have been put out there in talking about webinar hearings. So, but again, an individual state still always has the ability to ask for a specific hearing. We wouldn't change.
What I'm hearing then is your proposed way forward is to get some input from the executive committee, which would be meeting next Thursday, despite there being a council meeting still at that time?
I think it depends. Bob just sent me a note, and I forgot that the council meeting may still be going on. So either next week or the week after. But
so sometime in the next 2 weeks, you would get some feedback from the commission's executive committee on what they recommend. And that would be a recommendation from the commission side. Given that this is a joint public hearing document, do we have any direction from council staff that they want to weigh in about moving forward with these hearings?
This is Julia. Not necessarily. Honestly, I was looking at something else when you asked that question, but I think I understand the gist of the question. We're comfortable moving forward with virtual hearings at this point, but like has been discussed, planning to keep this a joint process and do everything together.
Okay, so what I'm hearing right now is the plan would be for the commission's executive committee to have discussion, some thoughts about how best to move forward with virtual hearings. That information would then come back to this board and I think to the council, and then at that point, staff would propose times for hearings. Is that? Typically the states have to work with council staff to schedule them. I'm not sure. Is that still what or we just don't know what it's going to look like? And basically what you're telling us is just hang on, we'll give you some information in the next 2 weeks.
don't know if Tony wants to weigh in, Adam, but it sounded to me like once we have some feedback from executive committee, we can still work with the states to figure out a schedule that works for everybody. And so we wouldn't necessarily come up with the schedule, but we would still be reaching back out to the states.
Correct.
All right, well, let me turn to the board and the council then for any other comments from them at this point. Tom Foti?
Yeah, two comments. One, I'm suggesting that we have our own hearing in New Jersey. I don't see the inconvenience of having multiple hearings since there's no travel involved. All you need to do is sit behind a screen someplace. It's not where you're spending days on the road. You mean all you have to do is spend 2 hours. So it's a lot easier to do virtual hearings than it is to do person-to-person hearings. Second of all, I would like to make sure I get notified when the executive committee is now meeting, since there's a couple issues that I'm involved in that I would like to hear, and I have not been getting those notices, so please send me those notices as the board member. And I'll leave it at that, but I still have concerns about how we do public hearings on final actions without having the public being able at the hearings.
Thanks, Tom. Next up, I've got Joe Cimino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a council member now, go back to the regional administrator's questions, and we're going forward with what, as I pointed out, I think is a really written document, but without any preferred alternatives. And is there a possibility at some point to consider that, even if it's after a first round of public hearings?
Dr. Moore, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I would disagree with Mike's earlier comments. We've actually, it's a little fuzzy, but we've gone out to public hearings with documents that don't have preferred alternatives. And it's really up to the council and the board to decide if in fact they want to wait to pick a preferred alternative, but we don't have to.
Well, so let me offer this up then, is that we've had quite a bit of discussion earlier on about when we would send this out. We've now approved the document for public hearing. Is there any possibility that the council, in working with the board before public hearings occur, could take another bite at this with regards to selecting preferred alternatives, or would we say we're too late for that at this point?
Adam, I don't know if that's a question for the board and council members, but I will tell you, typically the commission does not put out preferred alternatives.
Well, I think it's a question for staff to weigh in as to whether that might be a compromise position way forward if they think it's reasonable. If it's unreasonable after we've voted to take it out for public comment, to then go back and delay those hearings until after a preferred alternative has been chosen by the council, well, then that's off the table entirely. Dr. Moore, did you have any input on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say it was unreasonable.
Adam, so, you can hear me okay. I lost my ability to raise my hand, so I'm just going to have to yell out when I want to speak. I could, there's other ways about this too. We could go out to the public, get their feedback, and we could convene, our Summer Flounder Scup Black Sea Bass committee with representatives from the board at some point this winter, if we decided that would be an appropriate way to go forward to perhaps make a recommendation on preferred alternatives based on feedback from the public. There's a couple different ways of moving forward with this, rather than just hearing from the public and taking up final action in December. So just something to be thinking about, what our next steps are.
Yeah, and I think what occurred here today is that we did not take up the issue of preferred alternatives prior to going ahead and voting to take the document out for public comment. So I think that's where the opportunity was for the council to jump in. Chris Moore, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. We're talking about adding a preferred alternative before we go out to the public, correct? And if we decided to do that, that would obviously delay the public hearings. So my recommendation at this point would be to move forward with the process, go to public hearings in late summer or early fall, as identified in the timeline, and see where that puts us after that. But again, there's nothing that suggests that we have to pick a preferred alternative before we go out to public hearings. And it sounds like, from a board perspective, that's the way that you typically do it anyway.
Mike Petney, I'd seen your hand up. It's now down. I'll just give you an opportunity in case you wanted to weigh in on anything else on your perspective of ultimately final action that the service would take if we go out to public hearings without a preferred alternative on the council side.
Yeah, so I was just going to correct the record. I didn't say that the council has to select preferred alternatives. Clearly, the council often goes out to public hearings without them. But I believe the council generally at least has a discussion about whether to go out to public hearings with preferred alternatives. And in this case, I was simply drawing attention to the fact that the council hadn't had any discussion around preferred alternatives before voting to take a document out for public hearing, and acknowledging that the commission process is different, and they often or they rarely do.
Right, so is there anyone from the council who wants to offer anything else at this point regarding the fact that the document was approved for public comment, there was no preferred alternatives chosen then at this point? All right, well, seeing no other hands and hearing nothing else, I think then where we're at is the document was approved for public comment. There were no preferred alternatives chosen. There's going to be some work done by staff who will get information back out about some thoughts about how hearings would be conducted. States have the ability to request specific hearings. And unless anyone has anything else or staff has anything else to add, I believe that's where we're at with this agenda item. All right, seeing no other hands or hearing anything else, does staff need anything else on this agenda item, or have we concluded our business for it?
I'm all set.
All right, very good. We'll thank both bodies. So we are behind schedule. It is my intention to wrap up by 4 p.m. today to give everyone a chance to attend to whatever other matters they have. We have another item to come before both the board and the council with Rec Reform Initiative. The additional item on the agenda will be a board-only decision, so I'll defer to the chairman after we get through Rec Reform Initiative, what charge he wants to give the council after we get through Rec Reform. We're going to take a 7-minute break. We will come back at 3:10. We will take up the Rec Reform Initiative, where there will be consideration of initiating a management action. It would be my intention to wrap that up within a 30-minute timeline or so in order to give the board time to consider the Massachusetts proposal for their black sea bass season. So we will reconvene at 3:10 and go ahead and take up the rec reform initiative. Are we ready to go on staff end to start rec reform presentation?
Yeah, this is Julia. I'm going to give this presentation, so I just need to show my screen, which I think I just did.
Okay, we'll give everybody 1 more minute, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you. All right, thanks everyone. We'll go ahead and reconvene our meeting this afternoon. Our next agenda item is an update on recreational reform initiative. This has been to date primarily a summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass board issue in conjunction with the council. I will bring to the attention of any summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass board members who were not also bluefish board members and did not attend the bluefish board this morning, that the bluefish board with the council did vote to remove for-hire sector separation from their allocation amendment and recommended it be added to recreational reform. I've had an opportunity over some of the breaks to speak briefly with Chairman Luisi as well as staff about that. Since we're not convened with the board formally this afternoon, I did invite Bluefish board members to join with us this afternoon so they can get up to speed with what's going on as well as participate in the discussion. And then we'll offer some more guidance later on about how to best integrate that. Our action item for today would be to consider initiation of a framework and addendum or amendment to address any management options considered through this initiative. Staff will have some updates for us in the presentation about what management document they think is most appropriate to achieve what ends. And with that, I will turn to Julia Beatty from council staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. So, like Adam just said, this is a joint initiative of the council and the commission, and we have been thinking about it as if it does also consider implications for bluefish, although we haven't had many formal interactions with the bluefish board so far. But everything under consideration so far has been considered in terms of how it might apply for all 4 species, and none of the changes are specific to any particular species, and everything could apply to any of the 4, but the details might vary based on stock status considerations, which of course vary across the 4 species. So the chair just described the objective of this discussion, so I'm going to skip over that. And I just wanted to really briefly remind you all of what's happened so far in this initiative. So we call it an initiative because it's not a management action yet. It's not a framework or an addendum or an amendment. A steering committee was formed in March of 2019, and they've been working on this since then. They developed a draft outline for the initiative with their recommendations for the goal and vision and objectives for how to meet that goal and vision. And I'm just going to really quickly touch on what's in there just to remind you of the potential topics that might be included in this initiative. But there's more details in the briefing materials if you want to read more about that. We had the monitoring committee talk about that outline, and they were generally supportive of continued development of everything in that outline. And then as the chair touched on, of course, there are topics that have been discussed through other actions. So specifically through the the amendments for bluefish and the summer flounder, scup, black sea bass commercial recreational allocation amendment. There's been a few topics that have been discussed through those actions, but taken out of those actions, and there's been some discussion of, do they belong in rec reform or do they belong somewhere else? So it would be helpful to just quickly revisit all of these topics and then have the council and board weigh in on, do you actually want to move forward with a management action for any of this? And if so, what are the specific topics that you want included? So this slide shows the goal and vision statement that the steering committee came up with for the recreational reform initiative. And there's 3 parts to it. The first is stability in recreational management measures. The second is flexibility in the management process. And the third is accessibility aligned with availability and stock status. And the steering committee wanted to make it clear that the intent of this goal and vision statement is not to circumvent our requirements to constrain catch to ACLs, and it's not intending to change our current system of how we come up with catch and landings limits, but rather how can we work within our current requirements under the FMP and the Magnuson Act to achieve more stability, flexibility, and accessibility in the recreational fisheries. So there's 5 objectives in the steering committee outline for how to address that goal and vision statement. And I'm just going to really briefly touch on each of them just to remind you what they are. The first is the most complex one, I guess, in terms of having the most number of sub-bullets underneath it, but it's to think about how to better incorporate uncertainty in the MRIP data into the management process. And there's 3 specific suggestions for how you could go about doing that. The first is to adopt a standardized process for identifying and smoothing outlier MRIP estimates. And this could be applied to both high and low outlier estimates. It could be applied across the entire time series of data and could be used across multiple species. The second is to use what we're calling an envelope of uncertainty approach. And what this means is every year when we're thinking about next year's recreational management measures, we come up with projections of what we think harvest is going to be next year. And there's uncertainty in those projections. So the projection is not just a point estimate, but it also has a range of uncertainty around it. So this approach would be you would predetermine based on statistical considerations, what's the appropriate range of uncertainty around that estimate? Like how is that going to be calculated? And then if next year's RHL falls within that range of uncertainty, then you wouldn't make any changes to management measures. And then the third suggestion is to further evaluate the pros and cons of using preliminary current year MRIP data in the process, which is something that we are currently doing a little bit differently for summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, and for bluefish. So it would just be to think more about what's the most appropriate way to use that data. The second objective in the steering committee outline is to develop a process for considering recreational harvest as well as multiple stock status metrics when determining if recreational management measures should remain unchanged from one year to the next. So this is something that we're already kind of doing, but the intent behind this is to agree to a standardized, transparent process that we're going to use each year. So instead of having these considerations be on a case-by-case basis, we have this predetermined process. And the steering committee has talked about it like it's almost a checklist of indicators. Like, you're seeing good trends in biomass, fishing mortality, and recruitment. And if you can check all the boxes for those and say those all look good, maybe that gives you a stronger argument for leaving your measures unchanged when you might otherwise require some small tweaks to them. The third objective is to develop a process for setting recreational management measures that apply for 2 years at a time. And the idea would be that you would predetermine these management measures at both the state and federal level, and everybody involved would agree that these are the management measures that are going to stay in place for 2 years. And there has to be a strong commitment to leaving them alone for 2 years. And if you get data in the interim year to suggest that you might otherwise be allowed to have a liberalization or you might otherwise be required to take a restriction, you're not reacting to that data. And the steering committee and the monitoring committee agreed that this works best if there's that really strong commitment to making no changes. So that would mean that conservation equivalency proposals from states would also be discouraged in that interim year, and you'd be waiting for that third year to make any changes. The exception is that if you get information in that interim year to suggest that the stock is overfishing, is experiencing overfishing or is overfished, then you would react to that. But otherwise, you have a very strong commitment to leaving measures alone for 2 years at a time and then waiting for that 3rd year to reevaluate. The 4th objective is to think about when you do need to make changes to management measures from 1 year to the next, how do you go about making those changes, and are there improvements to the process that could be made? This is something that hasn't been discussed in great detail by the steering committee. They've focused more on situations when you can make the argument that you can leave things unchanged and have that stability aspect of it. But this idea that maybe we could think about when we do make changes, how do we go about that? That's something that could be part of rec reform if you think that's important to include. And the last objective in the steering committee outline is to consider the timing of when we make the federal waters management measure recommendation for the following year. So for summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, for example, every December, you're making recommendations for the next year's federal waters management measures. And that doesn't leave a lot of time for the rulemaking process and for states to react to that. So the steering committee wants everybody to think a little harder about what are the pros and cons of making that decision in December versus earlier in the year. You would have different data available to you, but maybe it would be outweighed by the benefits of having more advanced notice of what those changes are. So that's something that the steering committee just wants to think through a little bit more. Like I said, the monitoring committee reviewed that steering committee outline, and they were generally supportive of continued development of everything in the outline, but they also had a suggestion for an additional kind of alternative, I guess. And the idea would be that you would consider more explicitly tying changes in management measures to the stock assessment. So, of course, management measures are already, derived from the stock assessment to a large extent. But the idea behind this is that, right now we react to stock assessment information, and we also react to the MRIP harvest information. And in some years, we don't have updated stock assessment information, and we only have harvest information that's changed. And of course, there's concerns about variability in the harvest estimates and uncertainty in that data. So the idea behind this is, could you maybe consider not reacting just to that harvest data, and especially if moving forward in the future, if we're going to be getting stock assessment updates every other year, could we wait to make our management measure changes until we have that updated information? So just sync up the timing with when we get stock assessment updates, which again, moving forward, we're anticipating will be every other year, so we wouldn't necessarily be waiting a very long time to make changes. And this is definitely very closely related to the objective for setting measures for 2 years at a time, but the monitoring committee thought this would be worth considering as a standalone change as well. And then, of course, we have all these other items that were talked about through other amendments, removed from them, potentially added to rec reform, but no official decision has been made on that yet. So there's 3 items that came out of the summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass commercial recreational allocation amendment after the June joint meeting discussion of that action. So I'll remind you what those are. And then just this morning, the Bluefish Board removed sector separation from that amendment and talked about addressing it more comprehensively for multiple species through this action. So one topic that came out of the summer flounder, scup, black sea bass allocation amendment is what was called a harvest control rule. And this was put forward by 6 recreational organizations through the scoping process for that amendment. And it was put forward as an allocation proposal, so allocation between the commercial and recreational fisheries. And it seems clear that that aspect of the proposal, where it deals with allocations, the specifics of how that was proposed, it seems clear that that's not feasible under the Magnuson Act requirements related to constraining catch to an annual catch limit, for example. But there's other aspects of the proposal that might warrant further development. So specifically, the proposal has a suggestion for recreational management measures that might be worth further evaluating as kind of a standalone option, separating it from the allocation aspects of the proposal. So the way it was put forward in this proposal through scoping is that there's a range of management measures for the recreational fishery that are predefined, and they're described as steps. And this figure on the screen here came from that proposal. So step A is your set of management measures that you use in federal waters and state waters. And states, under the proposal, it says that states could have different measures, and they could be different from federal waters measures. But you would have the group of all those measures would be predefined under Step A, and Step A would be the highest level of access for the recreational fishery, and that would be used when biomass is very high. And then as biomass declines, then you kind of move down this ladder and you have more restrictive management measures. But the idea is that all these steps are predefined. And then the proposal also suggests that the steps, especially the upper and lower bound, are defined based on a lot of stakeholder input. And it suggests that the upper bound, so Step A, could be the most liberal set of measures that are preferred by anglers when biomass is high. And this is just kind of a conceptual concept at this point in time. We haven't really tried to figure out what those management measures might be, but the idea that was put forward was that there's a certain level of management measures that anything that's more liberal than that wouldn't be a benefit to anglers, because maybe they only need a bag limit of so many fish, for example, or a minimum size of whatever length, and anything more liberal than that wouldn't really be seen as a benefit. So that's the concept behind what would be Step A, and then the most restrictive step would be the most restrictive set of management measures that could be tolerated without major loss of recreational businesses, such as for-hire vessels and bait and tackle shops. And again, these are things that we haven't evaluated. We haven't tried to figure out if it's really possible to define those in a way that that they could be realistic upper and lower bounds based on other conditions or other factors such as biological information. And then obviously the in-between steps would be kind of, you have a variety of interim steps in between the upper and lower bounds. So the Recreational Reform Steering Committee talked about this and agreed that that concept of having these predefined management measures that would be used at different levels of biomass, that's a concept that's worth further developing, but a lot of further analysis is needed. Like I said, it's conceptual at this stage. We don't know if it's even really possible to come up with the highest desired level of access, for example. Is there even enough fish to go around to make that possible? But these are things that are worth exploring. And also, the steering committee has talked about, we're still going to have RHLs and annual catch limits, and we still need to constrain catch-to-catch limits. And so all of those steps have to be associated with a certain level of harvest. And it can be difficult to predict harvest in the future. Obviously, we have difficulty right now when we're trying to predict next year's harvest just based on, the next year. And the idea behind this is that these would be measures that, you could have predetermined for multiple years. So there's a lot of factors that influence harvest besides just the regulations, availability, weather, what's happening in other fisheries. So that would be something to evaluate. Like, can we really come up with these predetermined management measures and say that they have strong predictive capability for, years into the future? And kind of related to that, the steering committee thought it would be really important to say that you have these predetermined management measures, but they're just going to be a starting point for consideration, and they would have to be regularly reevaluated because conditions change. So if you think this step of management measures is going to have whatever expected harvest, that expectation might change as you get new information. And that would be especially important to communicate it that way in terms of the upper and lower bound. Like, you might want to say this is the consider, but you couldn't commit to not being more restrictive than that if you get new information. But in general, the steering committee thought this was a concept that would be worth exploring further and doing the analysis to see how well it would actually work. Another topic that was removed from the summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass commercial recreational allocation amendment is recreational accountability. This is something that was suggested through scoping, and specific suggestions that came up through scoping for the amendment included having the recreational fishery pay back their overages more frequently than they do currently, and to bring back the ability to close the recreational fishery in season due to an overage. This would represent a reversal of changes made through Amendment 19, which was the Omnibus Recreational Accountability Measures Amendment. And it seems clear that all the reasons for making those changes through Amendment 19 are still valid. So it would be helpful to really talk about what's the intent behind these suggestions. Do you really want to consider these specific changes, or are there other changes related to recreational accountability that you want to consider? And then also past discussions of this have kind of blurred the distinction between accountability and catch accounting, which is on the next slide. So again, it'd just be helpful to know if you want to move forward with considering changes to accountability measures, what specifically do you want to consider and what's the intent behind it? So the next topic that was removed from the Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass Commercial Recreational Allocation Amendment, it relates to recreational catch accounting. This is also something that we received a lot of comments on through scoping, and suggestions included things like requiring private anglers to report their catch, managing recreational harvest with a tag system, requiring tournaments to report, and changes to the VTR requirements, such as requiring additional vessels to submit VTRs, bringing back did not fish report, and other changes. So there's been some discussion of, are any of these worth pursuing? And are they worth pursuing for just these species, or is this something that should be considered more broadly for all recreational species, or for more recreational species, similar to the discussions that you had this morning about recreational sector separation? And then also there's been some discussion of there have been initiatives related to trying to improve catch accounting in the recreational fishery. Things like private angler reporting, for example. There's been some initiatives in other regions for specific fisheries. Maybe it would be worth trying to think more about the lessons learned from those other initiatives before we really jump into moving forward with the management action related to this for these species. Also, of course, we have our blue line tilefish private angler reporting that's just starting very soon. Maybe it would be worth seeing how that plays out, and then moving on from there. And then, of course, lastly, sector separation was something that was removed from the Bluefish Amendment this morning. It is technically still in the Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass Commercial Recreational Allocation Amendment. That amendment is not going to be discussed until next week. There was a desire expressed this morning to consider how recreational sector separation would work for multiple species in a more comprehensive way, rather than just considering it separately for bluefish through that amendment and separately for Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass through that allocation amendment. And I'm hoping that everybody knows what I'm talking about, because I guess I didn't think that there would be some board members who were not present for the Bluefish board meeting this morning, but I'm happy to go into more detail if anyone's not familiar with what I'm talking about here, but I think most of you are aware of the issues for that. So at the June joint meeting, when we last talked about recreational management reform, staff was tasked with providing more input on, for all those changes that are under consideration, which could be made through a framework and addendum and which would require an FMP amendment. And so there's some information on this in the briefing materials, and it seems pretty clear that basically everything that's in the steering committee outline could be changed, could be done through a framework and addendum. Changes to accountability measures could also be done that way. The harvest control rule proposal, the aspects of that dealt only with those predefined management measure steps, that could be done through a framework and addendum. Any changes to the data that's reported through VTRs without changing who's required to submit VTRs could be done through a framework and addendum. And in terms of things that would require an amendment, anything that would change who submits data on their recreational catch and harvest, that would probably require an amendment. So if we were to require private anglers to report, if we were to require tournaments to report, if we were to require state-only vessels to submit VTRs, those would be big enough changes that they would require an amendment. Moving towards a tag system for managing recreational harvest would be an amendment. And we hadn't necessarily thought really hard about sector separation, but it seems likely that that might need an amendment as well. Basically anything that represents a significant departure from what was previously contemplated, or would be, otherwise a big change in the FMP, that would require an amendment. And any decision about framework and addendum versus amendment, it depends on the specifics of what's actually proposed. So this is just a general idea of what we think could be done in one type of action versus another, but the actual guidance would depend on the specifics. So this is a timeline that staff put together that assumes that a framework and addendum is used. And it also considers other ongoing management actions for all of these species. So if you wanted to initiate a framework and addendum today, we could move forward with further developing some of these alternatives throughout the fall. We would probably also want to continue that into early 2021. We could form an FMAT or a PDT or some other type of group to help staff develop these alternatives. And we think it would be important to bring in the monitoring and technical committee for specific aspects of it. So they've already had a lot of discussions about how to best deal with uncertainty in the MRIP data, which is a big part of that steering committee outline. And they have some really good ideas for how to move forward with that. So I think it'd be really important to bring them in for that part of this action, if that is something that you want to prioritize through this action. So if that could happen, then early next year, the council and board could consider discussing a preliminary range of alternatives for this action. And then if necessary, we could further develop it from there, and then you could approve a final range of alternatives in a draft document for public hearings in the spring of next year. And then if it's a framework and addendum, it's kind of optional if you do public hearings or not. So those could also occur in the spring if desired. And then you could take final action in the summer of next year, and then the rest of next year would be used for federal rulemaking, with that probably extending into 2022. And again, this assumes it's a framework and addendum, and if it's an amendment, this timeline would take longer. So that's all I had. And again, the objective of the discussion is to talk about, do the council and board actually want to initiate a management action to pursue any of these topics? And if so, what topics do you want to include? And the topics that you include will determine if it's a framework and addendum or if it's an amendment. And that's all I had. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Julie. I appreciate it very much. Also, thank you very much for getting this presentation updated to reflect the actions from this morning in it already. That was fantastic. Before we turn to the full body for discussion, I think given what transpired this morning and the question of how that best fits in, one of the questions that came up when I briefly spoke with Chairman Luisi and staff was the feasibility of taking rec reform back up next week. All of our initial reaction was that because rec reform does not exist on next week's council agenda specifically, that wouldn't be a topic that would allow for any actionable items to transpire next week on. Does anyone from council staff able to weigh in on that aspect? Because I didn't get the opportunity to talk to any council staff members since this morning. But given what transpired and the possibility of similar action for summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass amendment, that's my initial thought, is that we couldn't take rec reform up anywhere on the agenda next week. Is there any advice to the contrary on that?
Nope, none from me.
Dr. Moore?
Yeah, you're right, Adam. We couldn't.
Okay, so that would leave us then with either doing something today, and what the discussion was to, if a motion did come forward today, it would have to be a motion that left room for the record to reflect what the intention was. We're meeting as the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass Board. Again, I've invited members of the Bluefish Board to listen in and participate if they desire, but we really can't make any decisions for that species ourselves. So it was our thought process that if there was any specific action that came forward, it would be done in a way that the record would reflect that staff and leadership would work to provide both bodies with a direction forward in the not too distant future to make sure we could include all of the bodies that need to be included. But it's clear that that's not going to be next week per se. So that brings us then to the point of discussion about initiation of a document today. There were, I think, Julia, probably best if you bring up the screen that has the 2 columns of framework addendum options and amendment options about if we want to initiate one of these documents. I'm not sure if we initiate one or the other. Another thing I think it would be helpful for staff to weigh in on is the ability to elevate one management document. For example, if we initiate a framework or addendum today to get this rolling, what is the feasibility of elevating that to an amendment to accommodate sector separation potentially or something else, or potentially downsizing? If we initiated an amendment, could we go the framework addendum route? I'm thinking, if I recall correctly, and again, I'll look to staff, is that we would have the ability, if a framework addendum developed into something that required amendment, I believe we could go that route, but I'll turn to staff. And I'd also ask staff to provide some input to the board and council about what initiating a management document gives us with regards to access to staff time, both at the staff and the board, and potentially the service. As we've gone through the steering committee work, the service has been a very willing partner. They have expressed many times that having a management document initiated would likely facilitate access to more resources. So again, I'd ask staff to just provide input to the board about being able to move from one document to the other, and what initiating a document today would mean to us with regards to getting resources on board.
Yeah, this is Julia. I'll take a first crack at responding to that, and then other staff can jump in if they have other things to add. But in terms of starting with one type of management action and then either upgrading or downgrading later, I think you could do that depending on what goes in there. So I don't think it would necessarily be appropriate to initiate a framework and addendum right now with something like private angler reporting in it, because it seems we have guidance that requires an amendment. So it wouldn't necessarily be appropriate to start that as a framework if we already know that it probably requires an amendment. But if you wanted to start at an amendment and downgrade later, that's possible. Another idea that staff have really, just briefly thrown around just today is that if you wanted to pursue a combination of things, some of which need an amendment and some of which require a framework and addendum, maybe you could do 2 separate actions. So if you really wanted to pursue sector separation, for example, and we really think that's an amendment, but you also want to consider some of those things that are in the steering committee outline, I think some of those other things are more low-hanging fruit that an amendment would probably be overkill for them. So you might want to consider doing 2 different actions to address some things through a framework and addendum and some things through an amendment. And in terms of initiating an action and staff time, I do think that would be helpful, because it would make it very clear that this is a priority for the council and board if there's an action initiated, whether or not it's a framework or an amendment, because this is something that's been talked about for about 1.5 years now almost, and it would be helpful to know that this is a high enough priority for both groups that you want it to be a management action, and I think that would help give us, make it easier to dedicate staff time and ask the monitoring committee, for example, to do things and move forward with forming an FMET or a PDT. So I think it would be helpful from that prioritization aspect.
All right, thanks, Julia. So I sure hope Tony Kearns was sitting down when you talked about 2 more documents for staff to handle here. All right, so in terms of trying to guide the discussion here and where we are time-wise, I'm not really sure the merits of trying to debate each of these individual topics here today are necessarily the most efficient use of our time. I think I'd like to try to steer comments and direction of the board and the council at this point into whether we want to initiate a management document, some brief discussion so that we have something on the record about what that would entail knowing that staff and leadership would work to make sure that whatever has transpired so far today at other boards as well, and what may transpire next week with regards to the allocation, the list may not be final, whatever we need to accommodate. So let me try taking a couple hands and see if they can get us going in that direction to start out with. So I've got 3 hands to start with: Justin Davis, Tom Fody, and Jason MAFMC. And then let me reevaluate where we are to figure out what we can accomplish today. Justin, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 2 questions, and I apologize if this was already addressed, but if we aren't going to be able to take this up next week, when would be the next opportunity when these bodies are going to meet jointly, when we could put this on the agenda and address it? That's my first question. And the second question is, you know, obviously the thing here is that this is of concern to the Bluefish Board as well. Would it be possible, I don't know if this kind of thing has been done before, but could we have in the future at that next opportunity a joint meeting of the Mid-Atlantic Council, this board, and the Bluefish Board? Because that would seem to be the most efficient way to discuss starting a management action specifically related to sector separation, but possibly for some of these other things too.
So the second question, I agree with you that that's one way forward, but again, I think we need some time to figure out what the most efficient way forward is going to be. So that is one way forward. I'm not sure that's going to be the way forward. With regards to when we would next take these up, we know we would have joint meetings on the schedule for December. Seems like a long time, but it's only 4 months here at this point. There was, again, the intermediate conversations that I had, though, since this morning. Another idea was, since we seem to be continuing to do things virtually, getting people together virtually seems to be easier in many cases than getting together in person. There may be consideration of doing something joint, either as part of the commission's October meeting, something separate, something else as part of the council's October meeting. I'll defer to staff here if they want to jump in with anything else. But I think my experience with where we're at virtually is it has certainly opened some avenues to take some things up that we wouldn't typically do and say, well, we're just going to have another meeting to do it. Chairman Luisi, maybe you'd like to chime in on that?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So here's how over the last few meetings, as we have debated both the Bluefish and the Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass rec commercial amendments, we seem to be following a trend of kind of peeling some things away from those amendments, and they're falling into this rec reform initiative. The work that's been put into this to this point has been great, and I don't question whether or not there's an interest by the board or the council in moving forward. I just think that before we dive into initiating something, that we should have all of the different elements of what we're considering working on in front of us. And we're very close, I think, but Adam brought up the point that just this morning, sector separation from the Bluefish Amendment was dropped into this rec reform initiative. Next week, we are going to be considering the commercial rec allocation amendment again as a joint body, and there's a possibility that some additional elements may fall out of that as well, given the interest today by the Bluefish Board, which many of us serve on, of going forward with more of a sector separation idea as a multi-species, more overarching conceptual issue rather than a species by species specific level. So I think that you know, we certainly could. It's already been determined by ASMFC, and I'm almost certain that Chris and Warren, or Chris and I, will likely we'll be having a virtual meeting in October. That I think, you know, what we should do is we should agree that in October we get together with both the Bluefish, the Summer Flounder, Scup, and Black Sea Bass boards and the council as a joint body to, you know, contemplate and debate the full suite of options that would be available to the rec reform initiative, and then determine a path forward from there, rather than initiating something today only to then find that we need to change our direction based on a discussion that happens next week, with the inability to reconsider rec reform because it wasn't noticed in the Federal Register. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman, and you know, we'll see what others think. Thanks.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Again, we haven't had a lot of time to talk to staff. Can either of the staffs weigh in? I mean, I understand we've heard a lot of concern, specifically on the commissioner side, about continuing to ask them to attend things. We do have the commission meeting coming up in October that, as you mentioned, has now been confirmed will be done virtually. Can we hear anything from either staffs about scheduling something that we would have council members for part of a day, potentially as a joint meeting, one of those commission days?
Adam, I haven't, since this meeting week is just, you know, wrapping up, I don't know how many boards need to meet in October, but usually we try to, you know, meet the needs of all of the boards. So if that is something that needs to happen, we can, you know, obviously try to make sure to accommodate that, to have another similar joint meeting.
Dr. Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So like you said, this virtual format offers us some flexibility. And certainly if we decided that we could have something for the board and the council to consider in October, then certainly we could set up a meeting either jointly with our meeting week, or maybe you know, half a day with, or part of a day with the board. But that highlights an important variable that we need to consider, which is the ability of staff to actually get something done for us to look at. So I think, you know, based on what I've seen from Julia and the steering committee, we would have enough with a little bit more icing on the cake for discussions in October. And if that's the case, and Julia can tell me if I'm wrong, if that's the case, then I suggest we do that. We basically move forward with a joint October meeting to consider what we actually want to do with this rec reform initiative. Also, remember that it's part of our 2020 implementation plan. So the council's already considered that we're going to be working on this particular action. So that's why Julia is involved and will be involved. So I think October is doable based on what I know. Julia, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And certainly I think that's probably the preferred way to do it instead of trying to get it done today.
Do we feel there would be any specific motion needed today? Or if we just said that's what we're comfortable and there's no opposition from the bodies, we could move forward with that by consent without a specific motion? Because I don't think we would need a specific motion to schedule that, is my thought.
Right. Yeah. I don't think we need anything today, Adam.
Okay. All right. So I had a couple other hands up. Let me get to them. I think what I'd like to do is to steer conversation towards that concept. Is the board and council comfortable with getting through next week, seeing if there's anything else that comes out of next week that would also fall into rec reform, giving staff some time to then consolidate that, refine the document with regards to what there's a document, if you didn't see it in the meeting materials, from staff that summarizes the amendment versus framework addendum, potentially revise that, and then work towards getting back together in October to initiate the correct action with a priority of items. So let's try to steer conversation in that direction unless there's somebody that feels strongly otherwise. I've got Tom Fody and Jay McNamee and Mike Luisi. I still got your hand up if you had anything to add as chair. Nope. All right. So we'll go to Tom and then Jay. And again, if we can steer conversation towards that, great, unless you feel strongly otherwise.
Yeah, Adam, thanks for moving this forward, but I have some concerns. And the reason I have concerns that we basically start doing this is what do we look at from NIMS about funding this? What I'm talking about is the fact that, many years ago we did a survey because Bill Hogarth, when he was director of NIMS, actually gave us some money to do it. We actually put in a lot of money to find out what was caught in the fluke tournament. We put all the information. We spent $40,000 from Jersey Coast at the time to get that information, kept it going for the next 5 years, and it sat on somebody's desk. We did the same thing in New Jersey to find out what was being caught in artificial reefs. We spent a lot of money, got grant money to do that, and it sat on somebody's desk. So we need appropriations. It's like Dr. Borman pointed out on MREPs. When he basically took over, he says that he went to Congress in 2007 and asked for $50 million to really do the program right, and we're still running over the same $11 million. Unless we spend money, we're never going to get better. So I want a commitment from NOAA or NIMS that we are basically going to look at the money that's necessary to do this, because it's going to cost money no matter what we do. Now, the second point I'm making is MAFAC, and I sit on MAFAC, has been working on has a meeting with Dr. Sullivan and Kelly Ralston from ASA, and they're chairing the committee. And we're looking at electronic reporting recreation and really centering on the Gulf, because there's a lot of information going on from private recreational angles to try to get what the catch figures are. So we should be looking at the electronic reporting since that movement is already going forward. But my concern is we start doing this, we really need it, because we basically tell the recreational sector, we're going to do this, we're going to get better, and we never put the money to actually accomplish the task we're going to do. And I always feel like I hang people out to dry because we don't do what we're supposed to be doing because of lack of funds.
Hey, thanks, Tom. I'm not sure there's anything that we've listed in rec reform necessarily that promises the angling community that we're changing the process for catch estimates. I think what the impetus for rec reform has been to recognize the concerns about those catch estimates and then find ways to manage our process, specification setting, et cetera, to take those concerns into better account. Where we can get better data potentially, we certainly can. I think the state level VTR reporting is an area that's been highlighted by both boards. So thanks for that. I appreciate it. Jay McNamee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be super quick. I really support this idea of getting back together in October to focus in on this, pulling in the Bluefish board as well. And I just wanted to make one last comment to just really emphasize, we pulled the sector separation item out this morning with the explicit notion it was going to get dropped in here. So I want to make sure that that's a part of our discussion in October. But generally, I like the concept that kind of developed during this discussion.
Great, thanks, Jay. Dewey Hemmelwright. And we looked like we lost. Okay, there we go. Good, we got a phone connection. Yeah, you're good, Dewey. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, it's almost, and this is my thought, it's almost like there's two tracks here of thinking on the rec reform. I guess from what little bit I read and the work that has been done up to date, it's looking like the rec reform is having to do with staying with MRIP, reforming MRIP, or smoothing it over if numbers ain't right or something like that. And my idea is totally different. And it might not be in my lifetime on the council or later on, but I'm looking at the private reporting that's going to have to be more accountability. And I listen back to, I look at this bluefish debacle, and I do call it that. For I know us in North Carolina and other states commercially, and it's my understanding that if it wouldn't be for MRIP and these new MRIP updates, that we probably wouldn't have the mess of that we're in with bluefish right now. And so while we're looking at the recreational reform initiative, I'm not looking at smoothing over MRIP. I'm looking at another set of way to accountability, because I can tell you this, each one of us here, you wouldn't allow your livelihood to be managed the way MRIP is. Not managed, let me take that back, the outcome. Because of all the unknowns and the highs and lows, and it's affecting folks. It's affecting recreational industry. And I think they deserve to have a better accounting. But right now, this is the best available. But I'm looking for something that's more directly tied. If you want to use or catch that resource, you're going to have to somehow figure out some way to private angler reporting, whether they like it or not, or, you know, you can do compliance assistance for 3 or 4 years. But I'm looking at and hoping that rec reform is going to be more than just smoothing stuff over and trying to figure out the season, because I don't think that going the same route, you know, I want to, so to speak, kind of laughing, a stiff vodka drink. I don't want something watered down. Thank you.
Thanks, Dewey. I appreciate that. And one of the items that is on the type of management actions listed under the amendment column is mandatory angler reporting. So that's an item that's in there for consideration. Let me do this at this point. Is there any objection from the board or council to taking this up as a joint action with the Bluefish Board in October after we see what comes out of next week, and that gives staff time to compile what the items are that have dropped into rec reform? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised, not hearing anything else. Let me briefly turn to the public. Is there anyone from the public who wants to comment on this? Again, I would just ask, if you do, to make your comment brief, offering some reason for us to not head in that direction, or offering your support for what we intend to do, which would be to take this up jointly with the Bluefish, Summer Flounder, Scup, Black Sea Bass Board, and full council jointly in October. Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anything there. All right, well, given that, I'll turn to staff. Is there anything else we can get out of this agenda item for today, or does that at least give us a direction to know what our next steps will be?
I don't necessarily need anything else, so we could be good with that.
Okay, Chairman Luisi, you've got anything to add?
Nope.
So with that, I believe we have completed all of the joint agenda items for today. The next order of business would be board only. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if you want to provide any direction to the council at this point.
Well, I'd offer that, you know, anybody that wants to participate and hang on the call to listen to the board's discussion regarding the next topic, or they're certainly welcome, but it will be a board only action. Given that we're in this as a joint body, I would recommend staying around if you can for a few minutes, but understand, given that time of the day, that we're a little bit over our allotted time on the agenda. So if you need to go, you're welcome to, but we will be taking up the next action as a board, only to reconvene again next week. And I guess, Mr. Chairman, depending on who's coming and who's going to stay and who's going to go, I will recognize that this is Warren Elliott, Laurie Nolan, and Steve Hines' last. This is their last joint meeting as council members. Each of them will be leaving the council. They have one more day next week, and the new appointees will be coming in. They've each gone through the had the 9 years on the council, and Steve is moving out of the state of New York. So I do want to take the time to thank them for all their time over the years, participating as council members with the board. And I don't know if you have anything else you want to add, Mr. Chairman, but I just wanted to recognize them, thank them for their service and their time, and wish them the best as they move on to new things. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll extend the same word of thanks from the board perspective. Thank you very much. Warren has now joined us at the commission. However, the state of Pennsylvania is not on this board. Maybe Warren will find a way to petition the commission to get Pennsylvania added for summer flounder, scup, and black sea bass. But again, I'll echo those thanks to those commissioners as well. Thank you very much. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and move on to the next agenda item. Again, this is a board-only decision item. Review and consider approval of the Massachusetts 2020 Black Sea Bass recreational proposal. I will go ahead and turn to staff in conjunction with the state of Massachusetts for a presentation on the decision before us today.
Caitlin, did you have any introductory remarks before I go ahead?
No, I think you can go ahead. I will follow up with the technical committee, AP and LEC comments.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being the last issue on the last day of a 4-day meeting, I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, but I appreciate everyone sticking around for it, given our overdue agenda at this time. Massachusetts has submitted this proposal for black sea bass, the for-hire fishery, as a conservation equivalency proposal. This is a slightly different version than what was given to the board in June, when discussion on it did not occur because the decision was made to wait for a pending executive committee or policy board guidance on this type of proposals for this year. And it was determined that there wouldn't be any particular constraints placed on it. So with the board chair and staff's blessing, we put this forward to the board for today. I just have a couple slides to walk through to brief everyone on it. So next slide, please. So this proposal is to add days to the end of the mass for-hire black sea bass season to account for a later season opening. It would be for 2020 only. It results because we issued permit conditions that prohibited all for-hire fishing activity in the state of Massachusetts from April 27th to May 24th due to COVID-19 safety measures that came from an executive order. So permit conditions, if you're not familiar with them, they essentially have the same force and effect as regulations. They are enforced by law enforcement. DMF would sanction a permit, revoke it or suspend it, potentially for violations of permit conditions, the same as we would regulations. And law enforcement did report that these permit conditions that prohibited for-hire activity during that time period were well complied with, and they did conduct normal enforcement operations during that time. So the consequence to the for-hire black sea bass season, which normally opens on May 18th, is that there were 7 days closed to the for-hire fleet. So we'd like to add a number of days to the end of the season that would project to have a status quo harvest for the for-hire fleet. We're not proposing any revisions to the private angler season because it was not closed during that same period. So that season would continue to end on September 8th. This would create a temporary sector separation in Massachusetts. That's something that we have had in the past in the sea bass fishery in Massachusetts, 7 or 8 years ago, but not in recent years. And it is something already occurring elsewhere along the coast. So that wouldn't be a precedent-setting action to have sector separation here. Next slide, please. So I wanted to just give a couple descriptions of our sea bass fishery in Massachusetts. This graph shows the harvest by week, with the red box being around wave 3. And you can see that there's really a spike there in the wave 3 landings. It is generally the most important time of the season. It is when black sea bass arrive in state waters. They are aggregated. They're near shore. They're aggressive feeders, and it's a very productive fishery, as you can see in this graph. So why the big fuss about 7 days, you might be asking yourself. It's because we already have that short season of 114 days, the shortest along the coast for the sea bass fishery, and because of the importance of wave 3 to the fishery. The other thing to note in this graph is the season length. Those 3 bars near the end of it, the gray bars going across, that shows our season length. And if you go to the next slide, Maya. Next slide, please, Maya. Thank you. So that red box now is around our wave 5 data. You can see we don't have much of it, but the trend is very different. Our catch rates are much lower than because we haven't been allowed to have a season that's open very far into September. We don't have great data, but anecdotally, we certainly know that after Labor Day, effort declines as summer vacations come to an end. The weather starts to turn. There are less favorable days to be out there, and fish availability declines as the fish move offshore, and boats have to travel much further to harvest them. So we do have some higher PSE data on our wave 5 data, which comes into play when we talk about the actual calculations that were done to figure out the conservationally equivalent number of days to add to the end of the season. Next slide. So this uses a very standard conservation equivalency method to look at a seasonal change, where we compared a wave-specific daily harvest rate in wave 3 to that in wave 5 using a prior multi-year average. Because we're using prior year data, this proposal was not impacted by MRIP data availability issues in 2020, be it the late onset of APIS sampling or the fact that we don't have wave 3 data yet. And it's similar to the type of approach that Virginia and North Carolina use when they offset for the harvest that they have in their February fishery and account for it later in the year. So using a comparison of wave 3 to wave 5 daily harvest averages in the for-hire fishery alone, we would be able to add 9 days in wave 5 for every day that we closed in wave 5. So that was our initial analysis that we put forward to the technical committee. The TC did have concerns about what we knew were those high PSCs on the wave 5 data, because there's not a lot of intercepts available when your fishery has only been allowed to be open for 1 or 2 weeks in that wave. So as an alternative, we offered up using wave 4 data, the adjacent wave, the catch estimates then, which have lower PSCs, as a conservative alternative as a proxy for the wave 5 data. So using that, we could add 2 days in wave 5 for every day that was closed in wave 3. So that's what you'll see as option B in the proposal. Next slide, please. And last, in this version of our proposal, we included an option C, which is really our preferred. We appreciate the technical committee's concerns about the high PSE data that were associated with option A, which would extend our season to October 31st for the for-hire fishery. But we really believe that wave 4 data overly exaggerates wave 5 harvest, which is shown as option B, which would just get us out to September 21st. So we're presenting a compromise option, which is would get us through October 9th. And it's that day it's about halfway in between option A and B, and it also is the closure of our summer flounder recreational fishery, 2 species that are frequently targeted together, and black sea bass discarding is certainly happening while fluke are being targeted by the for-hire fishery, or they would be as the for-hire fishery continues into October. So again, this is a proposal that's specific to the for-hire fishery. We would put any seasonal extension into place through permit conditions, the same as the fishery was closed in the beginning of the year. And the last point I wanted to make is that we don't think that the concern that's been expressed in some conversations about what's been going on with 2020 private recreational harvest to be relevant to this proposal. Had this been a CE proposal that was submitted in February, if we had been able to know what the governor was going to do to respond to COVID-19 and that the for-hire fleet was going to be closed for so many days, and been able to put this proposal forward prior to the season, we would only be looking at the for-hire data without any knowledge of what was going on in the private recreational fishery. But we have been trying to look at, and we really don't know yet what May and June or the rest of the season looks like in Massachusetts. Some of our Wave 2 effort data that came out shows an increase in shore-based effort for all species targeted, but black sea bass is rarely caught in Massachusetts from shore. And during that wave, at least, there was a decline in vessel trips being taken. And we're also aware of some things, just anecdotally, some marinas are being threatened with lawsuits because they didn't get people's boats ready for the season when they wanted them. So there are some reasons to believe that, we might not have the huge increase in private recreational harvest that has come up in some conversations. So I appreciate the board's time on this. Option C here is our preferred option, a May 25th to October 9th season, just in 2020 for the for-hire black sea bass season in Mass. And after Caitlin gives the technical committee's inputs and any questions, I think Ray Kane may have a motion that he'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. So yes, I'm next going to go to staff. And then instead of stopping for questions, I'm going to go right to Ray Kane for a motion, and then we can take up questions and comments relevant to that motion. If I will just caveat that with, should there be a hesitation on the board to offer a second because somebody wants an answer to a question before offering a second, I'll accept that first. If we can't get a second, then we'll go back and do questions. Otherwise, my preference is staff does their presentation on AP and law enforcement. We'll see if we can get a motion up, and then we'll take them from there. Okay, Caitlin, thank you very much.
Thanks. So I'll just summarize quickly the technical committee's recommendations on the proposal, as well as some comments from the AP and the LEC. Next slide. So first, the TC didn't have time for a second call to discuss the updated proposal that Nicola just presented on, but they did review it by email, and they added some things to their recommendations via email from the memo dated June 11th, 2020. So I'm mainly focusing on those. And they added that on option A, the TC has some significant concerns with the low precision of the data that was used, being the very high PSEs for wave 5, and therefore does not support this option for conservation equivalency. And the TC recommended using option B for the Massachusetts conservation equivalency proposal because this uses the TC recommended method to calculate the daily harvest rate, which is to use the average of the 2018 to 2019 wave 4 for higher harvest rate as a proxy for wave 5. And that's used to calculate the resulting season modification to achieve conservation equivalency. And in addition, it also addresses their concerns about data uncertainty and reduces the risk of producing higher than expected harvest in wave 5. And then on option C, the TC noted that this option doesn't have a quantitative basis, and therefore it does not meet conservation equivalency standards from a technical standpoint. And I'll just quickly note that one TC member added a comment about the assumption to justify options A and C, that harvest rate in wave 5 would be substantially lower than wave 3 or 4. They thought that this was most likely not a valid assumption, given that states that have had wave 5 open in recent years have seen some of their highest harvest rates in that wave. And that TC member also noted that wave 5 harvest rates are very, very dependent on weather. Next slide. So the updated proposal was also distributed to the AP by email, and several email comments were received. A few were also given at the end of the July 29th AP meeting. 3 AP members supported the Massachusetts proposal. One added that all states should have the same opportunity as Massachusetts because for-hire boats in all states were and will be limited due to COVID-19 restrictions. And this person recognized that all states had the chance to submit proposals, but their claim was that some state agencies don't have enough capacity to produce a proposal like Massachusetts, so they thought that more states should be afforded more of an opportunity. And then another comment opposed the Massachusetts proposal, stating that the recreational harvest is not separated by sector, and though for-hire boats were limited, the private effort increased during the early part of the season, and therefore this advisor thought we shouldn't approve the proposal without more information on the private sector harvest. Next slide. The LEC also reviewed this proposal, and 7 members sent comments on the proposal by email. The overarching message from the LEC is that they continue to emphasize the importance of consistent regulations in shared water bodies. Several members repeated that differences in size, season, and bag limits create confusion and can reduce compliance and enforceability. But they also noted that this is kind of a moot point with regard to the Massachusetts proposal because Massachusetts regulations are already different from their neighboring states. However, they would prefer if consistent regulations were in state waters that are shared. So. And then in general, the LEC supported this particular conservation equivalency proposal in light of COVID-19 and the potential it has to mitigate some of impacts of the pandemic on the for-hire fishery. But 2 members did express that they only support it on a temporary basis under the current conditions and not as a standard allowance. And that should be the last slide. So can take any questions or, as Adam stated, move to the motion.
Great, thank you very much, Caitlin. I appreciate it. So given that, let me go ahead and turn to Ray Kane. Let's see what happens with regards to a motion. And then once we get a motion up, we'll go ahead and have discussion or questions about the proposal. So Ray, you're up. Welcome. Good afternoon. Looks like you got to unmute yourself in the webinar or staff needs to do it. Oh, we just lost Ray.
He's still there. He just moved down. Yep. Ray, you just need to unmute yourself. Now he's gone, I think. Hold on, let me double check. So Ray, you're still showing up as self-muted. If you click on your microphone to turn it green, which you may be doing. I'm going to try to unmute you myself. No, I can't unmute you. It won't let me do that. Ray, if you wanted to, it might not be enough, but if you typed it up, your comment in the questions box, we could read it off for you. It's still showing you are self-muted.
In the interim, Nicola, by chance, do you have Ray's motion?
Yeah,
Am I unmuted now?
Yes, you're wonderful right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Caitlin, have you got my motion that you can put on the board?
I think we have one that will suit your needs, Maya.
Well, I can read the motion. Move to approve option C in the Massachusetts Conservation Equivalency Proposal to modify the state's 2020 Black Sea Bass for hire season to May 25th through October 9th.
So I think the only difference from what's on the screen right now is that Mr. Kane offered the specific dates. So if we could include the change there, that would say May 25th through October 9th.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, does the motion on the screen reflect your intended motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that's already been read by Mr. Kane. Do I have a second for the motion? I've got Justin Davis's hand up. Justin, were you seconding the motion?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So let me get a show of hands at this point of people that want to speak in favor of the motion. Oh, well, first let me do this. Is there anyone that has specific questions first that wants to speak because they don't know where they stand on the motion? So if you need to ask a question first with regards to forming your opinion on where you stand on the motion because of a question, let's go ahead and get those hands first. Nicola, your hand was still up. Was your hand just up from trying to help Ray, or did you have something else to add? Nope, your hand's down. All right, so the two people I've got right now that have questions are Roy Miller and Mike Luisi. So Roy, you're up. Let's start there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this the very first proposal that we've seen as a management body for conservation equivalency using COVID-19 as the reason for the proposal? In my recollection, it is the first time we've seen such a proposal. Therefore, my question is...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say I would call this Proposal 1A. We saw the proposal from Massachusetts back in June that included only options A and B. Since then, they resubmitted the proposal that included option C. I won't speak for other boards, but I will say that this board has received no other state proposals for a change to their season related to COVID-19.
Let me elaborate on why I asked that. Let's assume for the moment that this could be precedent setting. I looked at Delaware's seasonality for Black Sea bass, and we have a season that opens in mid-May and closes the end of December. Now let's assume that Delaware lost a couple weeks of opportunity for higher fishery to pursue Black Sea bass in May because of we were only in phase 1 of the governor's reopening scenarios. Didn't achieve phase 2 until later in May. Is it reasonable to wonder then, if Delaware missed a couple of weeks of opportunity for higher fishery, could Delaware apply for some days in January to make up for the lost days in May? If you follow my logic, I'm wondering if action taken today, if it's positive, and I'm not saying I disagree with the Massachusetts proposal. I certainly understand and sympathize with what they're doing. But is it precedent setting? And would other states like Delaware then be encouraged to submit proposals for extensions beyond the end of the calendar year, say into January? That's my question. Thank you.
So, Roy, let me first say that I think a state could potentially ask for something anytime they wanted to, whatever that ask may be. I'll follow that up with, number one, that a CE proposal would need to bring forth some documentable proof that via regulation, the fishery was shut down for some point in time, and as a result of the fishery being shut down via regulation, you're looking to extend the season to some other time frame via a change in regulations. Now, with regards to Massachusetts CE proposal, I think there's a little bit of a gray area here with regards to, as Nicola highlighted, technically they didn't shut down via regulation, but from their interpretation, because of their permitting conditions, even though they weren't shut down via regulations, permitting regulations had them shut down. So I don't know if staff wants to weigh in any more. There's been discussion about whether this was a true CE. I will offer that I was willing as board chair to allow this to come forward to the board to give Massachusetts the opportunity to state their case for why, even if it didn't technically have the season shut down in wave 3 via regulation, they had regulations in place via permit to shut the fishery down. Ultimately, it's going to be at the discretion of the individual delegates here as to whether or not they agree with that or not, as to whether this is an actual CE proposal. The second thing I'll add is that there were discussed by this board previously some timelines put in place for submitting proposals if states were going to do so. That deadline has since passed. I think there was a grace period, if you will, that was extended after the policy board had met to decide whether or not to set forth sideboards on regulations that would come forward to allow for anything else, and nobody else brought anything forward. So with regards to your question about precedent setting, what I told the executive committee at one of their meetings is that I, as board chair, would allow a proposal to come forward to my board unless the executive committee and or staff and commission leadership said, no, this flies in the face of what our processes are and should not be allowed. Nobody told me that was the case with regards to the Massachusetts CE proposal. Therefore, that is why we're here today. So beyond that, all I could say is any state can submit anything they want, whether or not I get new advice from commission leadership, whether to allow that to come before the full board. I don't know the answer to that. If commission leadership wants to weigh in, they're welcome to. But I think that's where I would stand is, one, does the board have something in place? I believe personally that this board had set forth some guidelines for when proposals are due. I would say the deadline has since passed. I would say that as board chair, unless I was told by commission leadership, you should consider this proposal, I would be inclined at this point not to bring any additional proposals before the board.
Adam, can I clarify one point for you to that? I think think that
Please,
the
by all
deadlines,
means, do.
the deadlines that we gave you were for this meeting. So based on the policy board not, or the policy board not adopting those guidelines that had come out of the executive committee, it put an opportunity out there for any state to submit a conservation equivalency proposal to change the recreational measures for any species. And they just had to provide the evidence that the measures were equivalent to their current set of measures. So I don't even know if a state would have to actually show that there was a regulation that, I mean, would depend on how they went about saying that this versus that is conservation equivalent. So at any point in time, if a state wants to bring forward a conservation equivalency proposal, they just have to follow the timelines that are outlined in the conservation equivalency guidelines in terms of when it would be taken up by a management board. Obviously, if it's outside, if that state hasn't brought something forward to the board to request it to be reviewed, it can be reviewed by the board chair, and the board chair can determine if they can fall within there's a 1 month time frame, I think it is, in which you have to be within to submit for the next meeting. The board chair can make an exception for that timeline if he feels like it's a possibility and an important issue to be taken up immediately at that next meeting. So I think there is, under the conservation equivalency guidelines, there is opportunity for other proposals to come forward.
Nope, that's great, Tony. So I will not be considering any other state proposals at this board meeting. But if somebody, to Roy's question, then if somebody wanted to bring something forward, they could review those CE proposals, guidelines, and be considered at some future date. Now, where wouldn't be next week, because that's outside that time frame. I think if somebody brought something forward to me prior to next week's meetings, they would have to document one heck of an emergency to have to bring it forward next week. Won't say it's impossible, but that would leave us with the next scheduled board meeting being sometime in October. So I'm not sure what relief that would get any other states for the remainder of the 2020 fishing year. Roy, have we gone into enough detail for you, or do you have anything still lacking in information with respect to your question?
Thank you for your thorough response, and thank you, Tony. The only question I had is, if the state were to put together a proposal that carried over into the new year, particularly during a portion of the year that's normally closed in that state to fishing, is that something that can be considered, or does everything stop at the end of the calendar year in this regard?
Well, I think it would stop at the end of the calendar year, because you would be asking for a change in your measure that's conservation equivalent to your current fishing year's measures. So I suppose you could ask for changes in bag and size limits, but your season, since it's already going to the end of the year, I don't know how you would ask for conservation equivalency within that year for a change in your season.
That's what I wanted to find out, if it might be possible to extend the season into January that otherwise closed by state regulation.
This is Caitlin. I also just also adding that federal waters are closed in January. So for some states that is a problem.
Yeah, problem in our state too. Thank you.
Mike, Louisa, you've been very patient. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I do want to say that I fully support the the concept of conservation equivalency in and states using conservation equivalency to address needs of their fisheries based on whatever needs they might be. I am troubled, though, by two things. One of them is something that you brought up, Adam, and I might need somebody from Massachusetts to help me understand whether or not the charter boat, whether the for-hire fleet had the ability to fish during this closed period or not. When I read through this, my understanding was that the fishery was closed, and that gave me less concern for the for-hire fleet if they were closed, and we can get some assurance from Massachusetts that they weren't fishing anyway. This kind of goes towards Roy's point about setting a precedent for lost opportunity. If this was just the case that based on the COVID pandemic that we are going to extend the season because of the perception of lost opportunity, it would be an easy decision for me to say, no, that is not a precedent that I want to start. However, if this fishery was closed and the for-hire fleet was unable to participate for the number of days being claimed, I do have no problem in the use of conservation equivalency for an extension later in the year. So the one area of concern is the gray area that was mentioned. My second area of concern has to do with the methods used to calculate that extension. And my question to Massachusetts would be, if this were a normal set of circumstances and you were just making adjustments to your season to account for the needs of your fishery, and you had an approved method based on the technical committee advice, I'm just wondering why you have failed to move forward with that advice rather than putting forth an option that, as the technical committee has commented, does not have the quantitative analysis to back up the extension. I certainly would support the option B, which is supported by the technical committee. I'm just having trouble with I guess it's a hybrid version or massaged version of the standard methodologies. Thanks.
May I respond, Adam?
So again, go ahead, Nicola. I'll just let you take it.
Thank you. So this was a closure to all for-hire fishing activity for those 7 days. The permit conditions restricted all for-hire fishing activity. They were off the water. This is not a proposal to respond to not being able to get clients or anything else. There was a closed fishery. I think that the gray area that Adam may have used that terminology is that it was done by permit conditions as opposed to a change in our regulations, which could not be completed given the timeline of the evolving situation and the ability to do regulations that quickly. The second part there about the methods is that we just, what we offered to the technical committee, option B, the more restrictive one, that was an alternative that we put forward. And it does have their blessing, but we in more thinking about it, just feel that it's very restrictive. The Wave 5 data may be the best reflection of what is happening in Wave 5 that we have. It just has high PSEs. So we put forward this other option. We have as much uncertainty about Wave 4 being a valid proxy for Wave 5. But everything that we know about sea bass migration and when they leave our waters suggests that the rates should decline from Wave 4 to Wave 5 in Massachusetts. We're at the northern extent of the species range. The for-hire fleet will tell you that they have to travel further to get fish in Wave 5, that they're not aggregated like they are earlier in the season when they're near shore. And the comments that there's other states where they have some of their highest landings in Wave 5. I assure you that those are states further to the south of us who have a different seasonality of sea bass accessibility to their anglers.
All right, thank you, Nicola. Appreciate that.
All right. So at this point in time, I'm going to turn to Justin Davis if he would like to speak as seconder of the motion. Followed by that, I will ask for a show of hands for people that want to speak in favor, as well as those who want to speak against, where against might also include either side. Either side could go ahead and provide some modification to this motion if they wanted to go in that route, as opposed to just voting it up or down. So first, Justin, and then I'll ask for additional hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to speak in support of the motion. I think this is a clear-cut case where the COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact on this particular fishery sector. It's clear that they were prohibited from fishing for this period of time. Based on that figure 1 we saw in the proposal, it's clear that there was substantial lost opportunity during that time. So I think the proposal is certainly, justified. I find the rationale of using the Wave 5 data, despite the high PSEs, to be persuasive. Certainly, MRIP data, when you start splitting it down into the mode level, for a lot of fisheries, is going to have high PSEs, and that's just something we live with all the time when we're setting measures. And, from my experience with the black sea bass fishery in New England at that time of year, certainly availability is changing on almost a week-to-week basis. The fish are on the move, moving offshore. And so I definitely, find the rationale that although the data are sparse there in Wave 5, they're probably more reflective of the availability of the resource at that time to the fleet. Just in general, I feel like, this is a situation where the risk of sort of a big increase in harvest that's going to cause like a big overage of the RHL is really minimal. We're talking about providing a little bit more opportunity for one sector in one state. This is a species where the stock is very robust. It's not overfished. And frankly, this is a species where we've overshot RHLs in recent years and have still kept status quo recreational measures for a variety of reasons. So I'm personally not troubled by the very small possibility here of, harvest maybe being slightly higher in Massachusetts than it would have been otherwise. I think that's just basically comes down to inherent variability in the fishery. So I'm fully in support of this proposal. This is, obviously everybody in our states, we've been hearing from our for-hire folks that they've been hugely impacted by this pandemic. And I think we should be doing whatever we can to help those folks out. And so I support this proposal. Thanks.
All right, so let me turn to the board. A show of hands of people that want to speak in favor of the motion right now. Okay, I got Jay McNamee. Thank you. You could put that hand down. Let me get a show of hands for those who want to speak against. Okay, I've got Joe Cimino and Chris Bat-Savage. All right, so I will start with, since we've heard from Nicola and Ray Kane made the motion and Dr. Davis, let me go to Joe, then I'll go to Jay McNamee, then I'll come back to Chris Bat-Savage. Go ahead, Joe Cimino, you're up. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Once again, I find myself following Justin and have a hard time disagreeing, at least to an extent. However, once again, I find myself in a slightly different position in that Mass is in a unique position here. New Jersey certainly wanted to do something like this. It really wasn't appropriate for us to do because we didn't have fully closed days except for a single day. However, I do have some concerns with an RHL. We all deal with the frustration of a healthy stock and an RHL that's so prohibitive to us. But yet there it is, and we have the possibility of exceeding that this year, and it's something that, as managers, we need to deal with. So I am supportive of the TC's recommendation. So please keep that in consideration. However, I don't think I can support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Jay MAFMC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, this one is really straightforward. And it's, specific to what happened this spring where the state of Massachusetts closed their fishery, clearly closed it. It wasn't like an indirect effect. It wasn't, conjecture or anecdote. They closed their fishery. So that part for me is really cut and dry, and it's what makes this proposal compelling for me. And so, that fact coupled with they're asking for days during the part of the year that they have actually really low landings, just to eke out a couple of additional days. And it is unfortunate, this nuance between option B and option C, but in the end, it's kind of quibbling over a couple of days here and there during what is a very minimal time of year for them anyway. So I'm comfortable if they want option C, I'm okay with that. They did the math. And as Nicola noted, the nuance that the technical committee was hanging their hat on versus what the state of Massachusetts was trying to get after. I'm not super hung up on that. I wish it synced up, but it didn't in this case. So I'm in support. I don't see in this really clear-cut, really unique situation why we can't accept this CE to allow that party and charter fishery to get a couple of days in the fall. Thanks.
Thanks, Jay. Chris Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The people in support of the motion, I think, said, framed out why, Massachusetts proposal and how unique it is, and in terms of it being a CE proposal for this and how it differs from others. But we've also heard that, this in terms of precedent setting, which is a concern of mine, and also other CE proposals that could come forward. And also the MRIP uncertainty, which, again, I think with the time of year, the landings probably won't be very high, but as we found out this year, you start, opening up a season during times, the shoulder period, so to speak, a couple of intercepts could lead to some surprises as far as MRIP estimates go. But I think the one thing that concerns me about any CE proposal, not just Massachusetts for this year, is we're really flying blind as far as essentially very few fishery independent surveys taking place this year. I think all of us get notices in our emails about NEMAP and other federal science surveys being postponed or canceled this year due to COVID-19 concerns. And although the stock of black sea bass is robust right now, as of the last stock assessment, there's just that underlying concern that we're really just missing a lot of data on all these species in 2020, and then we'll be going into future years with just kind of a big dark area of data to try to figure out what's going on in the future. So that's really my concerns over the CEs in general, not necessarily Massachusetts in particular. I think they made their case very well, but this isn't the year with everything else going on. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Let me ask for one more round of hands here. Do I have a show of hands for additional people that want to speak in favor? Nicola? Okay, do I have any other hands that want to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Nicola. I will then ask if there's any public comment on this, and then I will bring it back to the board. And if there's no other hands, we'll call the question, unless there's anyone else that feels the need to respond based on what we heard from the public or from Nicola. Nicola, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to point out, which probably doesn't need to be said, but you know, there is an additional buffer on the for-hire fishery, likely in all of our states, which is the ongoing COVID situation, quarantine rules that are in effect, that likely are going to last into the fall. So I think that adds, you know, some additional buffer to the uncertainty that's associated with us gating these days on the end of the season. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicola. Is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this motion? Raise your hand, or if you don't have the ability to do so or having technical difficulties, just go ahead and speak up, please. All right, seeing nothing from the public regarding hands or anything on here, I'm going to give the board 2 minutes to caucus on this. I know I've got an issue here in that I think I just lost our administrative commissioner due to a power problem. So I at least need 2 minutes to try to get back up with him. So we'll come back here shortly. Thank you. A couple minutes to caucus. Okay, let's go ahead and bring this back to the board then. Move to approve option C in the Massachusetts Conservation Equivalency proposal to modify the black sea bass recreational for-hire season for the dates May 25th to October 9th. Motion by Mr. Kane, second by Dr. Davis. All those in favor of the motion, please raise a hand. One vote for delegation.
I have Maryland, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Mass, Delaware, PRFC.
Okay, thank you. That would be 6 votes in favor. I agree. I can clear those hands, please.
I will clear them. Cleared.
Okay, they all appear to be down. Hang on, okay, good. Let's just make sure we're starting with a clean slate here. All those states in opposition to the motion, please go ahead and raise a hand. One vote for delegation.
I have New Jersey, Virginia, North Carolina, and New York.
Okay, that's 4. Can clear those hands. Abstentions.
I have NOAA Fishery and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay. So the motion carries 6 in favor, 4 opposed, 2 abstentions, and that's all 12 votes, so there's no votes. All right, thank you very much. Is there any other business to come before the board urgently that we can't take up? I know Justin Davis had an item. He and I have exchanged some communications offline. He's going to bring it to us next week as other business. Hopefully we don't run into the same time constraints then. Is there anyone else who has urgent business to come before the board under other business? Okay, not seeing any hands raised nor voices, and having completed the agenda before us, staff, anything else I missed here to get before the board?
Not that I'm aware of, Adam. Thank you so much.
Okay, my thanks to everyone again as well, and we are adjourned. And we'll talk to everybody next week when we're convened again jointly with the council. Thanks again.